Yo, good evening, folks. Welcome to everyone that's here early. I think that tonight we actually have all of our streams up. We're actually streaming to locals tonight. And now the volume's coming out of all my other streams. So give me a second here. We're on what's the word? We're on low key chill time for now before everyone gets here. We're on the Hangouts until 6 p.m. Pacific time. And I'm going to try not to get started too early. And this time, I'm not going to leave this stream start soon banner on the entire night like I did last week. And there were people in the comments all night long being like, yo, when's the stream going to start? And I started talking shit to the people in the comments that were making fun of me for leaving my banner up, not realizing that my banner was up. It was fucking hilarious. When I looked back through it, I was like, oh, nice. That's a fucking L for you, Ian. Nice work, bud. So give me a second here. I'm just going to make sure that YouTube's going. I can see that Locals is going. I can see that Rumbles is going. I can see you, homies. Your comments are coming through from X and from Rumble. The information we're going to be doing tonight that we're going to be covering is like pretty deep, and there's gonna be a lot of reading on my part, so I'm not going to be doing a lot of replying and reading of comments during the stream. But I love going back through all of your shit posting in the comments, and sometimes I do manage to read you guys long enough to not realize that I've left banners on my screen the whole time. Oh, reveal my shirt. Dude, guys, I just got this shirt. This is a Ryan Dawson shirt. This is not one of my shirts. He went and printed the entire Epstein network and put it all on a shirt. Like literally the whole thing on a shirt. And then on the back, he got all the names. It's like, oh my God, give me that shirt right now. And it just arrived in the mail today. So obviously we're wearing the Epstein Network shirt on stream today. I'm excited for the conversations that it's going to start at the grocery store and places like that. Yeah, the stream, more flex, the stream has not started yet. Wink, wink. That is correct. We're still just hanging out, shooting the shit, making sure that everything's working correctly. Yeah, it's a badass shirt. I'm stoked as fuck on it. It's more expensive than a lot of shirts you can get on the internet because it's expensive to print on the front and the back, and it's a super nice material. It's stretchy and very comfortable. Well worth it. And Ryan Dawson is one that, if you don't know who Ryan Dawson is, he's been doing this journalism for way longer than most any of us. He laid the groundwork for what a lot of us do. So I was more than stoked to support him because he was banned off the internet before it was cool. And he now lives in Korea to escape the U.S. problems. So I'm just psyched to support a little bit. TikTok update. I don't know what that means. TikTok is still TikTok and it still sucks ass. But I got one of my strikes removed. So I have a little bit of and hopefully I don't fuck up. If I get banned on TikTok, that's a real bummer. But it'll probably happen sooner or later. That's why we're diversifying into all these other spaces where we can do more interesting things, more free speech. TikTok is by far the most censored of all the platforms. So I have been naughty. You are correct. I've been free speeching a little too much on TikTok. Sorry, Oracle. My bad. See, the thing is, this is super relevant to tonight. This is actually a really good way to intro tonight. Is I started doing this not really knowing anything. I didn't really know, like I had a lot of vibes, but I'm not like well read or researched. I'm not that smart. And so when I started on TikTok, I didn't really realize what direction it was all going to go. I thought I was going to research the stock market and mostly focus on stock market, because my goal all along was to not get divisive and like make the left and right divide wider, but instead to, focus on things we can all have in common. And I didn't really realize how important the CIA is in everything, including the stock market. And the more I've learned and the more I've researched, the more I've realized that the missing link in most journalism these days, whether it's because they're paid not to, or whether it's because they're not smart enough to notice, or like whatever the reasoning is, the missing link in a lot of reporting is an understanding of the CIA and an understanding of just intelligent networks in general. Because if you don't understand how intelligence networks have been purchasing and influencing journalism for decades now, you don't understand how the reporting has been skewed, and you don't understand how history has been skewed, and you don't understand how government is actually it's like government is a constant intelligence warfare nowadays. Like ever since the Cold War, it used to be that war was something you declared and you went to war with the military. And ever since the Cold War, that's changed. And now it's constant informational total warfare at all times. And that's just the way that you have to operate in the modern day if you're going to be a government, or else you're going to get hit by everyone else. Like everyone else is doing it, so you got to do it too. And the fact, like any reporter that's not aware of the corrupt history of our intelligence networks and of the other intelligence networks, they don't understand what's going on. And so that like people misreport stories all the time. Like Ukraine is a great example. Like it's not black and white, it's not simple, but there's definitely CIA involvement in the coup that happened in 2014. And if you don't understand the intelligence networks part in that, then you're not prepared to accurately report on what's happening in Ukraine. And I'm not prepared to report on it because I don't know shit about Ukraine. But like I know that you need to know about the CIA first. So we're going to do some CIA stuff tonight, because more and more I'm realizing that that's like ground zero for everything. And I think a lot of our Free Speech Fridays will probably revolve around the CIA. So welcome to everyone who's just coming in. We're just kind of pre-funking right now. We're waiting for you. I'm trying not to start until I told everyone I would start at 6 o'clock. I'm not going to read that comment out loud. Mainstream media is a government propaganda machine. You are absolutely correct, Cracker. I want to give a quick shout out to the legends that were here like an hour early, just hanging out, talking shit. Kat, you're a legend. Overall, you're a legend. Steve Quinn, you're a fucking legend. Goblin Slayer, you're amazing. Some of these homies were just hanging out, talking shit, like for the last hour. And I was going over my notes and getting ready, and I was seeing all your comments, and it was super, super entertaining. I appreciate you all. Be careful, man. Don't worry. I don't think that here's the deal. Like, we're going to look at some crazy documents tonight, but like, it's not the same as like being a whistleblower or like breaking a story that's never been broken. But it's not like I'm breaking like a current black operation. What we're doing is we're exposing like 1960 to 2000, give or take. And a lot of the main players are 80 years old or dead. And so like, yeah, I'm sure they don't want us to talk about it, but it's not like they're going to like hunt me down over it. They have a lot of other things to worry about. They're trying to like rig an election right now, and they're trying to kill Assange right now. They're trying to start World War III with Putin right now. Like, I'm not genuinely worried about like getting killed. And if they do, like, come at me, bro. Like, I'm as healthy as I can be. You know, I exercise my Second Amendment. I'm reasonably intelligent, but like, I have a smartphone. If the CIA wants to find me and drop me in a pond, there's not a lot I can do other than like try to live stream while they do it to me. So that's kind of my plan. Is if you ever see a weird live stream pop up for me in the middle of the day out of nowhere, maybe check it out, because that's pretty much the plan. Yeah, you'll have my face on a shirt. You guys will know what to do. Is if I mysteriously drown in a 2-foot pond of water, just keep doing what we're doing. And make sure someone cool takes care of my dog. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Free this Cloco. This Cloco is pretty free right now. If I had to say so, I'm like about as free as you can get right now. Feels pretty good. I'm definitely very blessed to be able to do what I do. I was hanging out with some friends that are into conspiracy theories around a fire last night, and we were kind of talking about how it's important not to go too far down the rabbit holes because it's not really productive to your normal life to like get too obsessed with this shit. And I kind of joked about how actually it's very productive for my normal life because it's like how I take care of myself. It's like I'm very fortunate to be able to mix work with pleasure on this. But yeah, if anything happens to me, I did not kill myself. I'm very happy. I'm very healthy. I have a lot to live for. I have a wonderful family. I drive safely. I don't take any like weird medications or anything. There's really nothing that can go wrong in this life. We're doing great, and that ain't going to change anytime soon. So, cool. So if you're in here, we're about to get started. Welcome to all the homies. I can see X comments and I can see Rumble comments in my feed as I'm working tonight. I do have the locals feed up, and I can kind of see locals comments. If you're a homie on locals, I love you even more. And I'm going to find ways to do locals only streams now that I know how to do locals streams at all. YouTube comments, I can kind of see over here on the side, but they're not coming through to me. You know, I'm still learning how to do this stuff. But I do have a YouTube feed open, and I appreciate all the hype on YouTube because YouTube pays well. And when they don't demonetize me, they'll help me pay my bills. So if you're in the YouTube comments, be sure to troll hard and start flame wars for no reason so that we get lots of comments on YouTube. Oh, hi, Fran. It's about time to get going, huh? It's 5:57. Let me give you a little sneak preview of what we're going to do tonight. Before we roll the intro and start, since y'all are here early, we'll get you a little inside behind the scenes. So tonight I got a new screen so that I can fully screen share, not just share windows within my one screen. It's going to allow me to be way more like on top of this game. So let's pull up the screen I have for our notes right now. Our background is a little messy right now, but here's what we're going to be looking at tonight. We have this FBI file that we're going to start with that is kind of a wild, long story of how I found it, but that's 22 pages. This is the crazy story that I posted screenshots from that we'll talk about. And we'll start there because that kind of sets the stage. And like, that's what I found first. And it really sets the stage for like, dude, this can't be real. This is like a fucking spy novel. This can't be real. And then once I was like, I need to know if this is real, that's when I did a lot more research and found all these other documents to corroborate it. And that's where I found 5 Star Trust and Marion Horn Jr. And that's where we start to get into all of these notes that I've corroborated as much as I can. That's where we start to like talk about people like Oliver North. We meet CEOs of banks in New Zealand. We'll do some Japanese yen to US dollar conversions. We're going to meet all kinds of people. Tanaka, Sununu, all of it. So, oh yeah, and then just a quick sneak preview of our main players. We're going to spend a lot of time with these 5 tonight. A lot of you guys, if you're in the conspiracy world, if you know about the CIA, your history, you probably already know about Lansdale, Colby, Bush, and Armitage. Our main character tonight, Major General Robert Ferrera. He's our mystery man, and we do have a picture of him. I'll get to a picture of him later. Marion Horn has a picture of him. But anyways, that's our sneak preview. We'll get to all of this and more in just a second. But for now, it's officially 6 o'clock Pacific Coast time. I'm obviously in New Zealand and not on the Pacific coast of the US, but it's time for us to roll. So welcome to all 10,000 of you that are here on time. I'm going to do a crazy thing tonight. I'm going to do something that's like, whoa, like, are you guys ready for how professional this stream is about to be? Check this shit out. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. Oh man. Okay. Boom. We're not going to say that the stream starts soon all night. We're going to do this the real way. So without further ado, I'm going to roll this intro, and then we're going to get started with Free Speech Fridays.
American conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
With Republicans, with progressives, with libertarians, because this is not about right and left, this is about right and wrong.
It's so sacred we can't talk about it. It actually lifted up, and it could actually turn.
I'm gonna ask you to look away.
Legend has it that Christian Rosenkreuz drew his secret knowledge from the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians.
They estimated 100 yards from the left wing was this 100-foot disc.
You begin to get into this very scary scenario that has to do with the human condition of the proclivity to accumulate vast amounts of power around a handful of people. And right now, these misanthropic sociopaths are running the planet into the ground.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet. Our security is at stake.
Right on. And I didn't even cancel our intro early tonight. Fuck, I'm so professional at this, guys. This is just, it's overwhelming how professional this is. All right. It's cutting out. Yeah, deal with it. X has a pretty shitty stream, and I wanted to be like super HD tonight, so we're in HD. So if X is cutting out, deal with it. Talk shit to Elon Musk. Join us on Rumble and YouTube. Cancel This Conspiracy on Rumble and YouTube. And those streams are a lot higher quality. We're gonna go for a few hours tonight. So if you're in it for the long run, if you're one of the OGs that's like ready to do this for real, I would suggest getting on one of the better streams. If you're just popping through for a little bit, this is gonna be confusing as fuck, and you're really not gonna know what's going on because we're about to go real deep. So let's start where I started like 6 months ago. Googling some random shit. I don't even remember what it was. Just kind of diddling the do. And I somehow or other came across this random FBI document. So the FBI puts out lots of documents all the time. There's a thing called the FBI Vault that you can find on the FBI's website where they put out like declassified FBI documents. And normally any documents that have been FOIA'd, any documents that have been like declassified because of time are in the FBI Vault. And so normally my process for figuring out if I'm reading a real file is to go to the FBI Vault and find it in there. And this file is not in the FBI Vault, but it looks like an FBI document. And I'm like, it's such a good story that I was like, I read the whole thing. I was just like, I need to know what this is. And that led to a long sequence of trying to corroborate this, which led to all sorts of other research, all sorts of other discoveries that go way beyond what's in this first FBI document. So I'm going to leave a little bit of context out at first, and just tell you guys to trust me that there's a lot more corroboration and stuff coming to kind of back up what's in this document. But part of the fun of tonight is that we're not going to ever know for sure what's real on this. Even the sources that seem really official, that it's still, this is such a crazy story where it's a bunch of CIA operatives backstabbing each other, collecting, pretty much all of this is on the internet because one of them got backstabbed and then started creating a life insurance file of legal documents of like records of all of these things that no one's supposed to talk about, so that if they came for him, he could release them all. And somehow they got released, and that he's like 80 by now or something. But so it's a long, complex story of how these documents got here in the first place. And it's a long, complex story of just how much of them are real and true in the first place. And all of them involve certain amounts of uncertainty on the behalf of the people writing them. Even if like this FBI document, for example, is written by an unnamed FBI agent who was an acquaintance or friend of Senator Ted Kennedy. And And even in this report, you'll see that he often talks about how the FBI isn't sure what's real, because the FBI is just going off of their best intel based upon having moles in the CIA trying to figure out what the fuck the CIA is up to. And he frequently will say in this document, like, we genuinely have no idea what's going on with this story, but this is as best as I can tell you, Ted, because it's fucking crazy. So there's our disclaimer, is that none of this is real. Obviously, it's just made up stories. You know, we're just having a good old time, just freedom of speech, and don't pay attention to anything you're about to hear. Okay. So now, without further ado, welcome to the Ted Kennedy files about Robert Ferrera and the 5-Star Trust. We're about to go down a long rabbit hole that more or less centers around a series of bank accounts that the CIA has been using to launder drug money and a lot of other illegal funds for the purposes of black operations through the 70s, 80s, 90s, maybe 2000s, because these black budget operations need funding that is not on the books, and and a lot of them are not approved by Congress, which it explicitly states. And so it's funds that are garnered through illegal means, laundered through companies that don't exist, to accounts that don't exist, under fronts of people that have no association with the CIA, to fund operations that don't exist. That's the context of what all that we're talking about here is. And it ties into a lot of things. It ties into like a lot of reporting by Whitney Webb. If you've read her books, this is all the same underlying stuff behind it. So depending on what you already know about this time frame, you're going to have a bunch of interesting connections that'll go off in your head. And I've got a million different questions and connections that I want to research in regards to it, but one thing at a time. So I'm going to do my best to skim through this story without getting too lost in the weeds of it, but with providing enough context to keep us all on track here. And I think the way I'm going to do it, assuming that we can get this big enough, is I'm going to show you my notes in my note-taking app, because I've added a lot of context in here too. So without further ado, let's get into it. If you're not familiar, Senator Edward Kennedy, Ted Kennedy, he's one of the longest running senators in U.S. history. I think he had the third longest tenure of any senator. He's of the Kennedy clan. He's of the generation above RFK, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He had a long and complex life. He was going to run for president, and then there was this mysterious incident back in, I think, 1969, where he drove a car off a bridge with a woman in it when they might have been high and drunk, and she died and drowned, and he left the scene, and it's a whole thing. I think it's called Chappadowick, and you should look that up if you want a fucking mystery to solve. Let's just say that there's some sus stuff in Ted's background. But around 1989, much of this story focuses around 1989. A lot of these documents were all written in 1989. A lot of this plot converged and then redispersed in 1989. 1989 is going to come up over and over and over. And in 1989, Teddy Boy started to get really interested in things that he wasn't supposed to be asking about. In particular, he asked his friend at the FBI to write a report of everything that they could find. He wanted them to go through all their files and write up a full report of everything you know about this guy named Major General Robert L. Ferrera. And this following report is everything that his FBI contact was able to glean about the history of Robert Ferrera and all associated operations. For all intents and purposes, Robert Ferrera is Jason Bourne. He is the spy of all spies. We're gonna have an opinion of Robert Ferrera by the end of this, but just roll with it for a bit. And just remember that no matter how unbelievable this document sounds at certain times, I'm going to show you a lot of corroborative evidence from other documents, things that we can verify today online, unrelated to the documents, that seem to corroborate it. So Per your oral request of June 5th, 1989, requesting a full report on the Japanese, Singapore, New Zealand, Kentucky connection, what follows is as complete and thorough an investigation of any and all available files of the Bureau, as well as any top secret, confidential, or personal files from the Department of Defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just remembered too, before we get too deep into this, you guys can find these files. I have put them online. The file I'm reading right now, I went back to try to find its original source and I couldn't find where I found it on archive.org. So I re-uploaded it to archive.org. And if you want to find this document, this is the URL at archive.org to find this letter that I'm currently reading. So if you guys want to follow along, you can go to archive.org/details/Ted-Kennedy-FBI files, and that will pull up this document. It'll be with all of my same notes. I scanned it in through my scanner and uploaded it myself yesterday. When I found the original file, and I'm pretty sure someone dropped it in the comments on Twitter, and when I found the original file, the pages were not in order. It was hard to even realize what was going on, and I wound up printing it out onto paper and like jigsaw puzzling it all around because like a whole blocks of it had been put out of order for no reason. I don't know. And so this uploaded version at the URL that's on screen is in order with my notes on it. And you can see in this version of it, it's hiding behind my banner right now, but in this version of it, you can see the page numbers at the top of each page. So as we go through it, I will try to keep you posted on which pages we're on if you want to follow along for yourself, because I'll try my best to show the text on screen, but it's kind of hard to read it on such a small screen for a lot of you guys. So I will give you the link for the other. So this is the link for this letter. And then when we get to the next documents, I'll give you the link for the next documents as well. And actually, if anyone is like a research head that really wants to get their shit going right now, real quick, this is the link to the second cache of documents, which is much larger. The second cache is like 100 pages almost. And it's the CIA agent's oh shit file of all of his legal documents pertaining to the 5-star trust that he could collect. It's like letters between the Rothschilds and letters between the CIA and Agent Ferrera. It's letters between government officials. It's notarized forms. It's documents about court cases. It's all kinds of things. So this URL right here is for the next section. But for now, if you're trying to follow along, archive.org/details/Ted-Kennedy-FBI files. And now I'm taking that off the screen. Hopefully you got it. I'm going back to where I can see y'all's chats, and we're going to roll through this. So Ted Kennedy requested that his FBI homie, who's just not labeled, like he doesn't give his name in this. You just get the sense that he knows Ted Kennedy, and Ted Kennedy asked him. And then this file gets referenced in the other cache that we'll talk about later. He put together this report, and it was never meant to be seen by anyone. It was never meant to be released. It's not in the official FBI vault. I believe that Ferrera later, Agent Ferrera, the Dark Horse, I think he got his hands on this report by probably stealing it. It's not entirely clear. We know that someone stole it from Ted Kennedy's office. And somehow I'm pretty sure that it made its way into Marion Horn Jr.'s, this CIA operative that got scared. I think it got into his hands. And then I think it got onto the internet because he released it, is my best guess at this point. In this first paragraph, one thing that I want to note real quick is that it talks about how they went through all of their files at the FBI. They went through their borrowed microfilm records that the CIA would give them, that the OSS had. But also, it says, if this report were to be leaked in any portion, Senator, you understand that our agents planted in the above agencies would be exposed, and over 15 years of work would be in total disarray. Meaning, like, don't let this out, because the FBI only knows what's happening in the CIA and the Department of Defense because we have spies in our own agencies, because that's how defective and shitty the US government is. So just let it be known that the agencies are literally spying on each other as though it was the KGB in order to get information about what's going on. That's the kind of intelligence space that all of this is taking place in. So context, right? We meet our first main character. During the tenure of Richard Helms as director of the Central Intelligence Agency, decisions were made by the director with implied approval of the Oval Office to draft a blueprint and put into motion a plan by which the CIA could have as much funds as and when needed without knowledge of Congress. This would accomplish the dual purpose of carrying out clandestine and covert operations without the clearance of Congress, as well as avoid the necessity of having to request any extra funds and thus divulging the workings of any covert operations in progress or planned. Director Helms wrote a memo to the Oval Office, which the FBI intercepted, in which he stated, quote, "If Congress or any other uninformed do-gooders ever became aware of this operation, this agency and its director will invoke the 1949 Central Intelligence Agency Act, which exempts the CIA from all laws requiring disclosure of functions, names, officials, titles, salaries, number of personnel employed, etc. Using this as the cloak of legality, Director Helms put together a team of 5 people." So you can already get a vibe for where this is going. Let's meet our team. Richard Helms is an extremely important person to know about if you want to know about the history of the CIA. The first person to know about if you want to know the history of the CIA is obviously the Dulles brothers. Allen Dulles and John Foster Dulles created the CIA, and they are corporate lawyers, and they were very closely allied with Nazis, like closer alliances with Nazis than with the president of the US when the CIA was founded. Allen Dulles actively went behind the president's back in order to help his Nazi buddies because they were corporate lawyers, and they had been working with all of these German companies for long before World War II, all throughout World War II and after World War II. And don't forget about Operation Paperclip, where they rescued a bunch of Nazis and brought them over here and then founded NASA with them, among many other things. So that's the old guard at the CIA. And underneath them, working with them throughout World War II, was Richard Helms and a lot of these other guys that are sort of like the next generation under, about 10 years younger. And Richard Helms is he has an entire era of the CIA during which he was the Allen Dulles of the CIA, meaning he was in charge, he had the most influence, and even when he wasn't the director, these documents and other parts of this will make it clear that he was the director, even when he wasn't the director. But just for some context here, this is a list of the various directors of the CIA over time. So the CIA was founded largely by Allen Dulles, but he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and he didn't get in charge until the 50s. Then he was the longest standing director of the CIA. A couple more people stepped through, and then through the 60s into the 70s was Richard Helms. So from 66 to 73, Richard Helms was the director of the CIA. William Colby, we'll meet here in a second. He later becomes the director. George H.W. Bush later becomes the director. These men are all directly involved, as well as William Casey all the way into the 80s. So these are some of our main players, okay? In just a second, we'll meet the cast, the 5 main men right here. So back to our letter. Director Helms put together a team of 5 people. The 5 experts picked were General Edward Lansdale, who ran the CIA activities in Vietnam; William Colby, who was to be put in total command of the blueprint operation when enacted; George Bush Sr., who asked and received approval to have his top aide, Richard Armitage, be brought aboard; and Lieutenant Colonel Robert Ferrera, a top CIA asset, who at the time was on assignment in the Congo on the Patrice Lumumba situation. If you don't know about Patrice Lumumba, he is a famous CIA operation. He was the leader of the Congolese national movement back in 1958, which was like African nationalism. He was a large part of pushing for the Congo's independence from Belgium. And a lot of the colonists were worried that this nationalist sentiment would spread throughout Africa, and all the African colonies would want independence and freedom. And we all know how that ends. So Ferrera was one of the secret spies involved in the coup against Patrice Lumumba, and then he was later executed after he was taken out of office. It was kind of a big scandal. So let's meet our guys. Edward Lansdale, total scumbag. He did a lot of fucked up shit in Vietnam, Philippines, Laos. We'll talk about him a bit more in a bit. He is a whole rabbit hole. William Colby kind of comes across as a genuine psychopath when we read through this document in a second here. He later serves as the director of Central Intelligence. He was on that list of CIA directors. We'll get into how psycho he is in a bit. George H.W. Bush, member of Skull and Bones, father of President George Bush. Yeah, I'm sure I don't need to introduce George. He's a piece of shit. And his aide, Richard Armitage, who is kind of the village idiot here. And he's a little younger. And he's basically just George H.W. Bush's bitch boy, is sort of how he got into this. And later we'll talk about how he and his homie that he brought in on this later were, I'm pretty sure, gay lovers, and I'm pretty sure people had blackmail on them. And yeah, just look at his photo. He's about as competent as he looks, and he totally bungles everything up later. So I just want to give you guys faces to these names, right? Because it kind of helps you remember what's going on here. And we'll probably revisit these a little bit later. And then the mystery man, Robert Ferrera. There's basically no pictures of him. We know almost nothing about him except what we're going to learn tonight in this report. There's no documentation of him online. You can't find him anywhere. Despite him being deeply involved in like every major CIA operation for the last 40 years, like every single one. And he's personally known by like everyone from the Rothschilds to the Bush family to all of the presidents like Nixon, Carter. Like, actually, we're going to go through the whole list of he gets associated with like every president of the time, and they all think he's like the most trustworthy. It's so bizarre. We'll talk about how everyone in the world that has power is like, everyone sucks, but General Ferrera, he's super trustworthy, and I take him at his word for everything. And he is like literally the most honorable patriot on the planet. And it's weird. It's super weird. But he's definitely like the hero of this story. I really like him at this point. So, having secured the implied go-ahead, they made a plan. They met in Washington, D.C., traveled to Langley, and 4 of the 5 were handpicked for their very special abilities. Notice Armitage was not handpicked for his special abilities. He's just a piece of shit that George Bush was like, let me bring my kid along. The other 4 were handpicked for their special abilities. Yeah, and the 5th member of the group, Armitage, was brought along by George Bush as his personal gopher. Nice. So Bush was chosen for knowledge of China and his wartime flying ability, because Bush was running CIA operations in China when he was not yet a CIA operative, totally, as well as being on the way up within the CIA and being groomed to be president. General Lansdale was brought in because of his expertise as a top CIA asset, especially in breaking insurgencies, as he did with the Hooks in the Philippines in the late 50s. If you visit his Wikipedia page, you can find the section about the Philippines, and that is what they're referring to, the Hukbalahap. When you start to get into deeper reporting about Lansdale, he did some crazy shit. Not crazy good. William Colby was picked for his knowledge of Southeast Asia and to command the operation's first phase. Lieutenant Colonel Ferrera was included because of his varied experience as a pilot, as well as his command of over a dozen languages and his position as founder of the Special Forces Green Berets, and still at that time regarded as their unofficial commander in Vietnam. I have tried to look up who was the founder of the Green Berets, and it certainly doesn't talk about a General Ferrera, but that doesn't really tell me much, because as you'll see, a man of this guy's position, he scrubbed off the internet. And even if he was the founder of the Green Berets, he's not Jocko Willink. He's not hosting podcasts. They're not going to tell you about him. They talk about other people being the founders of the Green Berets. So we will corroborate his existence in other ways. The 5 names were submitted to, this is an important sentence, just to remember, it's an FBI agent writing this report. And so you can learn a lot about how these insiders see the world by the type of language that they use in these letters and in these documents. And in this particular instance, he says the 5 names were submitted to the godfather of the CIA, John Foster Dulles, who gave the plan his total blessing. That's referring to John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, not Alan Dulles, who's actually like the director of CIA for a long time. John Foster Dulles never worked at CIA. And so the fact that he's calling him the godfather of the CIA, that should tell you a lot about how much power the Dulles brothers as a unit had in the CIA, that some 20 years later, an FBI agent is still writing and using that phrase, the godfather of the CIA. Worth noting. So it was given the total blessing. The group met the deadline and came up with a plan that would be so. Patrice Lumumba. Now we're about to get to the Eagle Project, baby. Okay. The plan presented called for a second airline to be set up by the CIA. The first was Flying Tigers. If you've read Whitney Webb's book, you know all about Flying Tigers. They are very well publicized as one of the drug smuggling airlines during the Vietnam era. This was done, and the airline was named Overseas National Airlines. So I looked them up. They exist, and there's no mention of ever working with the CIA. So what that tells me is that, yeah, this thing existed. And if we take this letter, this report at face value, that means that Overseas National Airline succeeded at doing its job and never being exposed as being a CIA front company to this day. Whereas Civil Air Transport and Flying Tigers Airline both got shit smeared all over them. This was done. It was named. The master plan called for the CIA to enter into the drug smuggling business in a total and complete fashion. Each of the 5 planners would have his own field to handle. Bush would be the secret head of the airline and handle all the shipping of the drugs under forged waybills. Armitage would be the gopher for the group and the intermediary between any undesirables. So he's like the front man to talk to anyone else in government agencies, to talk to everyone else, to keep people out of this conspiracy. General Lansdale would handle all the distribution network and collection services within the military in Vietnam. Basically, they were selling these drugs to the American soldiers. Everyone else too, but they were selling it to all the Americans, getting all the Americans hooked on heroin in Vietnam, as well as, I'm sure, flying it all back to the States and all around the world and all that. So William Colby was to handle the setting up of all the manpower from runners, peddlers, pushers, collectors, and so forth, as well as the elimination of any who might prove to be uncontrollable. He's a fucking psychopath. We'll talk about that later. Lieutenant Colonel Ferrera was to use his contacts in Latin America and in the Middle East to obtain from various governments the needed drugs, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, LSD, et cetera, as ordered by Colby. Bush was to handle the opium from China because Bush had the China connection. And this was before all that opium was coming from Afghanistan later on. Seems like the Bush family are really good at finding opium. The operation was given the name Eagle 2 at the request of Ferrera, for he felt it would be lucky to have the same code as the Eagle Project he had participated in when he was in the OSS. You look that up, and where did I put it? That's a real project. If it's got a Wikipedia page, it's pretty straight up. And later on, we have a confirmed photo of Ferrera, and I don't think he's in this photo, but we'll compare them just for fun because it's kind of nice to do some Wikipedia snooping. But yeah, the Eagle Project existed. It was a World War II OSS project with the Korean Liberation Army over in the Japanese theater. And Ferrera got the code name Eagle, presumably associated with that mission that he had been on. Before the operation was really off the ground, Colby started his phase of elimination of dissidents, and he did so under the code name of Phoenix Program, which is a real program that you can look up. Colby became insane with his power, and before he was finished with Phoenix, over 20,000 suspects were executed, and over 2,500 U.S. citizens were accused by Colby of being collaborators, and they vanished. Helms attempted over and over again to have Colby eliminated, but found that it could not be done, for copies of all plans as well as secret recordings of all spoken at all of the meetings were in safekeeping someplace as an insurance policy for Colby against Helms and Dulles. So that's the vibe of these co-conspirators, is they're all blackmailing each other. They're all ready to eliminate each other. They're all trying to run their own plans and have their own power. And they're all fucking psychopaths. So, yeah, that's how we're starting out here. There's 27,000 of you in here right now, and you're all legends. There's not going to be a lot of Israel in this. Mossad makes a brief entrance later on, but this is really a CIA-focused dig, which is good because I'm sure that AIPAC is already pissed off at me enough, and we'll talk more about Israel plenty more in the days to come. I'm going to try really hard not to lose my voice tonight because we're going to do a lot of talking and reading. Okay, so we know that Colby's a fucking psychopath. We've gotten that far. I corroborated Colby's Phoenix program. There's even interviews on Archive. Archive.org is so cool because there's all kinds of shit on there. And I found a bunch of interviews with William Colby recorded years and years and years later where he's talking about the Phoenix programs. So that's kind of neat. All right. Shit's about to start getting really confusing, just so you know. I'm going to do my best to simplify it and to kind of like talk us through it, but just be aware that it's not going to make sense for many reasons. Partly because it's complex finances that I don't understand, and part of it just because it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Yeah. So they tried to get Colby out of there. Helms found that he had to make an arrangement with Colby, calling for Colby to resign from the group and forever retain his secrets. And in exchange for the resignation, Helms, with the approval of Dulles, promised Colby that he would one day in the future become the director of the CIA. That promise was kept by Helms, and Colby withdrew. And as we all know now, that promise was kept by Helms. And so if this document is correct, if this FBI report is accurate, we are literally selling top positions in our government as collateral to tell American government officials to stop killing thousands of people. Please, bro. You're fucking insane. I'll make you the CIA director. Just chill. That's the level that we're at right now. And it doesn't get any better going forwards. More problems were to be encountered in later years with George Bush and his aide Richard Armitage. Bush, for his cooperation in silence, important sentence right here, Bush, for his cooperation in silence, was groomed for his present position, as well as becoming director of the CIA. This is written in 1989. His present position is President of the United States. So the way I'm reading that, this FBI agent that's writing this report is using that language intentionally, meaning that it's his assessment that that is how the presidential position works. We groom people for it from the beginning, which, I mean, we all know that. But it also means that he believes that back then, at the time, prior to him being the president, they were already grooming him for the position. We'll let the skull and bones speculation just, you guys do what you want with that. He was named CIA director so as to increase the operation tenfold. The only person who did their job and asked for nothing in return were the two military CIA officers, Lansdale and Ferrera. The plan was in full force when the United States government encountered continued opposition to its request from the Japanese government ruling party to put CIA-controlled people in power. So they were trying to take over Japan. Remember, Japan is a very strategically important country, and they got defeated as fuck during World War II. And then the U.S. government was trying to take Japan in by any means necessary for decades here. And it's one of the most strategically important bulwarks against China ever since. Not to mention technologically, culturally, all sorts of things. So Japan plays a huge role in what's about to happen. Central, actually. Okay. To put CIA-controlled people in power, Bush personally picked an obscure party formed in 1955, bankrupt and with very little membership, to back the possible takeover of the government. But it's called the Liberal Democratic Party. They needed vast amounts of funds to carry out their part. They had to buy the membership and the votes. It was decided to give to this obscure party all of the funds needed. And before they finally achieved power, a sum of over 300 billion Japanese yen had been funneled to them. Just so you know, conversion. There's my chart. This is a chart of yen to dollars conversion rate. So back in the 80s, we're actually talking back in the 70s. So back then, it's about 300 yen to a dollar. So if we're talking 300 billion yen, we're talking about $100 billion back in 1970, more or less. And $100 billion back in 1970 is a fucking lot of money. Like, so much money. So just to put that into perspective, it's easy for my brain to be like, oh, it's yen, so it must be worth nothing. But like $100 billion in 1970 is like multiple trillion today. That's like more than we've given to Ukraine, right? Am I doing my math wrong if you count for inflation? So yeah, we've been doing this for a minute. So this was carried out by Colonel Ferrera, for he had very special relationship with the first cousin of Emperor Hirohito, Prince Hiruko Watanabe. And thus the colonel had an open door to Japanese politicians and to the Diet. I was able to obviously corroborate Hirohito. He's a real emperor. I looked and I was not able to find Hiruko Watanabe. I looked reasonably hard. There are a lot of Watanabes in Japan, like artists, manga characters, like there's whole TV shows with Watanabe characters. One fun conspiracy theory that I developed today is I found this guy, Matsuhiro Watanabe. Notice Matsuhiro, and here we have Prince Hiruko. Similar. And this Matsuhiro was a war criminal from World War II who went into hiding in like the mid 40s. Just thought that'd be fucking cool conspiracy if it was like that was that guy, but I have no idea. I'm just making shit up on that one. I was just trying to corroborate, does this person exist? And Emperor Hirohito does. But so that in effect, Senator, was the start of Operation Eagle 2, which over time has now evolved into what you refer to as the Japanese, Singapore, New Zealand, Kentucky connection. So we have just gotten the Japanese part of the Japanese, etc. connection. And there's a lot more that's going to evolve in Japan, but Singapore, New Zealand come next, and then Kentucky comes last. This connection came about in a rather strange manner, yes. And they codenamed it Studebaker. The name Studebaker will come up a lot, especially in the second cache of documents that we talk about. And now Marion Horn enters the picture. Here, let's talk about Major General Ferrera for a second. Except in reference to anything pertaining to Lieutenant Colonel Ferrera, now Major General. I wonder if I can change my view. Nah, this will probably be best. It is impossible to even get the agency or the Pentagon or the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Department of Defense to so much as admit to any such person possibly existing, referring to Ferrera, our secret spy. We might add at this time that it is our supposition and strong suspicion that General Ferrera is now the top worldwide CIA free agent, in charge of all clandestine operations and, if needed, assassinations. We have it on totally reliable authority that Ferrera is responsible only to the real director and secret director of the CIA, Mr. Helms. We have taped conversations between Ferrera and the powerful Baron Philippe Dudaphne, as well as with Helms. This Baron Philippe Dudaphne will come up a lot in this. He is associated with the Rothschild banking empire and international banking powers. It is impossible for us to divulge our methods in securing these conversations, Senator. General Ferrera is so deeply buried in secrecy that even those within the upper levels at the CIA confess having never heard of him. Remember, typewriters, there's a lot of typos in this report. It's the way it is. With our knowledge of the dozens of aliases used by the general, and with our total access to the computer information of the agency, we have not been able to crack the one code word that would give us the knowledge we seek. Our most trusted agents within all agencies cannot unearth an iota of information on the general's true job, purpose, etc., or his present mission. All we have been able to gather of this present work is that he is, quote, giving a helping hand to a wonderful, maligned individual, one Marion Horn. That's the main character of our story. This is an excerpt taken from a top secret report by General Ferrera to then President Ronald Reagan. This report was given by Ferrera to the president in explaining why he was turning down another star. If he accepted, he would have received another assignment, and Ferrera did not want to desert Horn. This relationship that we feel is like that of a father and son has cost the general dearly, for the general is now on the very brink of total financial ruin. His military pay and his agency pay have been stopped as a result of Ferrera withdrawing from any and all assignments. My friend JR collects all that is due to him, is his goal there. This is so we just skipped way ahead in the storyline to sort of like, that's the current state of affairs in 1989, is that Ferrera has abandoned the CIA in order to help this Marion Horn guy. You haven't met Marion Horn yet, but we're going to meet him. And the series of events of how the fuck did the world's top spy come to side with this Marion Horn guy instead of the CIA, to the point of like literally paying his own money, like millions of dollars, to help Marion Horn out. That is like the primary mystery of the first act of this story. So let's talk about how that came to be. The amount in question that now has been arranged to be given to Horn totals 318 billion Japanese yen. So about $100 billion, maybe $150 billion, all from the sale of drugs to our service personnel. Hold up and just think about that for a second. 318 billion yen. That's like $150 billion that the CIA has, all from the sale of drugs to our service personnel. That's referring to heroin and all the other drugs, but it's mostly heroin during Vietnam. Think about how much heroin the CIA sold to US soldiers to make all of that black budget money. Sorry, I had to look up to make sure our YouTube stream didn't get cut off. I'm sure that Daddy YouTube will give us a talking to here. The profits and the payoffs have reached such proportions that Mr. Helms had ordered that all operations be terminated. Since the inception of Eagle 2, 1966 to 1976, the original Gang of Five has gone in different directions. So let's quickly summarize here. The first 10 years of this whole operation, the Eagle 2 phase of the operation, that went smoothly. And they were smuggling drugs. They set up this airline. Ferrera set up all these contacts, was getting all these drugs. They were selling all these drugs to the U.S. service members and abroad and all sorts of stuff. And we kind of just skimmed over all of it. Those first 10 years, up until 1976, went like a dream. And these five guys, the dream team, totally nailed it. And they made hundreds of billions of dollars, at least, by selling those drugs. And it was so profitable that Richard Helms was like, maybe we should fucking stop while we're ahead, because this is a lot. This is fucking crazy. Is basically what happened. Okay. That brings us to, so it's throughout this story, there's a number of times when they try to wind down an operation or spin an operation back up, and they're trying to launder money in and out of countries in order to wind down and spin up operations. And that's when shit goes wrong. And that's when all the double crossing and backstabbing happens. And that's where all of the confusing, like, wait a minute, I thought that they were on the same team. Like, that's when all of that takes place. So just to summarize where we're at so far. So when in 1973, Helms decided that he could better control international operations from outside the CIA instead of as the actual director, Schlesinger was named briefly. And then William Colby started to make loud noises about the promise that had been made to him and was promised by Helms. Colby assumed the post of director of the CIA, and Schlesinger was given another assignment. If you don't already love Colby, this was done in order to avoid any movement that would endanger the operation of Eagle 2. So there's two times during this whole plot where Colby gets put in and then later Bush gets put in because they needed a CIA director in order to wind things down or remove funds or to like make big sweeping changes to kind of like make sure that all their bases were covered and all the right things were destroyed, like documents and evidence. A lot of evidence got destroyed here. In 1976, the hand-picked new director of the agency was George Bush, who served until 77 only. This was not a very peaceful time for the agency. During the 70s, the puppet of Helms, Prime Minister Kakue Tanaka, was found with his hands in the cookie jar, making money on the side in the scandal involving Lockheed Aircraft Company. And that is a real thing that you can look up. This is Kakue Tanaka. And right there on his Wikipedia page, you can read about the Lockheed scandal where he was doing backdoor deals with Lockheed. And so Japan's government was so key because, like, remember, all the sales were happening way over in Asia, like all this drug smuggling and stuff. And the Japanese government was like the primary ally in laundering all that drug money out back to these guys in the States and into all their secret bank accounts around the Far East. And when Prime Minister Kakue Tanaka, who was deeply involved in this CIA Studebaker operation, when he got caught for this other thing, they started to get really freaked out that it was going to blow back and blow the doors off of their operation, even though he was caught doing something else. And that's what kicked off the first phase of the movement that brings in Marion Horn and sets the stage for this whole thing. So it was too close to all being made public. So Helms, who in the meantime had formed a totally strong relationship with Baron Philippe Dudaphne, who represented the real capital of the world, the Rothschild Empire, decided to stop Operation Eagle 2 and start another clandestine money-making operation and leave Japan. So they're like, packing up. We're going to go smuggle drugs other places. Let's take all of our money and run. Baron Dudaphne, by the way of information, he took over complete control of the International Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Which basically gets referred to as basically a Rothschild banking front for international aid development around the world. And it's deeply tied into this plan as like they talk about it overtly as being their sort of like front for putting all of this illegal money outwards into operations abroad. We'll talk a lot more about them later. But anyways, I'm just showing you all these like little side tangents of like, that's a real thing. You can look this up. Like these are all real things that really did happen in the order laid out in this letter. And so it's all just little pieces of data to help corroborate like, maybe this is real, maybe this isn't, maybe parts of it are real. Like self-admittedly, the FBI agent that wrote this report, he says himself that like, this is the best I could do. Like this is as much as we know about what's happening. And the fact that I can cross-check it to all sorts of real things helps me to like feel more and more confident that it's not like some, like, just think about how complicated it would be to fake this whole letter. And then when I show you all the other documents that we've got, think about how complicated it would be to fake all of it just for shits and giggles on the internet. That's like, kudos to whoever can pull that scam off. So they're terminating Eagle 2. They're packing up. And they're trying to leave Japan. With Prime Minister Tanaka being forced to resign, the decision was reached to name George Bush to terminate Eagle 2. So that's why he was made director of the CIA, to wind this whole Eagle 2 project down and to move the Studebaker operation somewhere else. This, by the way, has been done. This was accomplished to a certain degree prior to Governor Carter assuming the presidency. Part of the closing solution called for the return of the 318 billion yen to the CIA, or to whomsoever then Director Bush named as recipient. It was decided that a wealthy and loyal party member was to be found in Japan. This is where we're going to get confusing, okay? This is the money laundering scheme to get the funds out of Japan secretly and into the hands of an American national who was controllable and low profile and not associated with the CIA, but like would do what they needed him to do, right? So I'm going to go away from the document here for a second and just simplify. All the money's in Japan, and they want to give it first from the government of Japan to a Japanese national. That's like, okay, now it's less associated with the Japanese government. And then that guy, what they said is he would claim that he'd invested it all in like risky bets and stock market stuff and foreign properties and just like things that you could lose all your money on. And they were going to have him say he lost all the money, but actually turn it into a certificate of deposit for, I believe, for gold, that they could kind of like wipe away all the evidence that actually existed. And then they could just sell that certificate to an American businessman that could buy that certificate. So it's like almost no money trail there. There's a good explanation for why the Japanese dude lost all his yen. And then the actual money in that certificate of deposit for all that gold gets quietly passed to this American businessman that's associated with the CIA, but is not actually the CIA. So that way, both governments are protected. The money has changed hands, and no one will ever look into it, and they can destroy all the records of that CD ever existing. That is the critical mechanism by which the main character, Marion Horn, gets involved, because he is the American businessman that was supposed to receive that certificate. We'll get into why it got fucked up in a minute. So, in more technical talk here, to have his name entered into backdated records as having been the individual who loaned the funds to the party. So they faked that this Japanese dude was like, they backdated records and they faked that he had loaned 318 billion yen to the Japanese party, and then they were paying him back, is how he gets this money. Then the only logical person who's handpicked, they picked this guy, Prince Watanabe, or rather, Prince Watanabe picked this guy, Mr. Soichi Lizuka. I can't quite read this old document. Lizuka was a very well-respected multi billionaire. Just typos from the typewriter, but multi billionaire sounds fun. Totally loyal to the royal family, so he agreed. Now it was necessary to, quote, wash the funds, for they had to pass through the Lizuka hands and back to whoever Director Bush designated. To do this, suddenly found himself in the possession of gold certificates from the Japanese treasury. With these, he was instructed to buy a certificate of time deposit. That is the number of the deposit, and we'll come back to this number later. Actually, here's what I got. I got a little notepad here that we can take little notes on, 405-1100-92. So we have our little note down here, and when we come, we will see this a photocopy of the certificate of deposit later, and we will keep that number there for later. At Mitsui Bank Ltd. Mitsui Bank is like the crux. It's where this all starts, is at Mitsui Bank. The plan was for him to sell the certificate and supposedly invest the monies in various countries, with the eventual story that all the investments had proven to be losers, right? So I was explaining how he's going to just like, I gambled it all away. This was to allow the actual cash to be given to Bush's nominee, Marion Horn. They didn't have Marion Horn yet. They were still looking for Marion. They were trying to find the perfect patsy, so to speak, but the plan was in place. They were like, you're going to do this, and we're going to find a guy, and you're going to give the money to him. The records that we have photographed copies of from the top secret CIA files show that Helms insisted on everything being done to perfection, because Helms was actually really fucking good at his job, despite also being a fucking crazy person. Not the slightest possibility of a slip up. Then went so far as to legitimize the gold certificates by having them registered with the proper international banking institutions, including the World Bank, which was kind of a mistake, because later Horn was able to use that to help prove that he was not. We'll get there. This penchant for perfection caused for Iizuka to have to work from 1977 until 1983 while they waited to find their ideal American buyer, because Helms is, doing it right. In the meantime, the Gang of Five, it's a good name for them, the CIA guys, had dispersed. Colby became director of CIA, and then Bush. Armitage remained as the aide to Bush, always following him around like a little gopher. General Lansdale retired after he suffered a mysterious and total memory loss. Weird. Anyways, Lieutenant Colonel Ferrera reassigned from the operation when he discovered that the drugs, this is important. Ferrera resigned from the operation when he discovered that the drugs were being given to U.S. servicemen. Apparently, they had misled him into thinking that they were just laundering, they were selling all these drugs to the Viet Cong. And he was like, yeah, fuck those guys. America, baby. Like, let's get them all high on cocaine. And he wasn't aware that they were actually selling all these drugs to Americans. And Ferrera is super patriotic and has a super strong moral compass. And you're like, fuck that shit. I'm out of here. And this concept is literally the crux of the whole storyline. Ferrera's moral compass allegedly is the reason why Iran-Contra was exposed, is the reason why we have all these documents today, is the reason why any of this was ever exposed in the first place, is the reason why Manuel Noriega got his balls cut off and shoved down his throat. Ferrera is weird and probably the only cool dude in this whole story, I think, despite being like a spy that kills people for fun. So So anyways, he resigned from the operation, super pissed that they'd been selling the drugs to Americans. And then Dulles put out a contract on his head to kill him. But a leak enabled General Ferrera, Colonel Ferrera at the time, to know about it because he is a master spy that had a whole spy network of his own. So he found out about the contract and then he got away. And then he called upon his dear friend, Prince Watanabe in Japan, informed him of what was going on. Then, without any stop, contacted other very close friends, such as Baron Louis de Monche, the Chief Justice of the World Court of Justice, as well as Baron Philippe Dudaphne of the Rothschild Empire, whom the colonel had saved from the Nazis during the 01 missions for the OSS in World War II. And as his last trump card, Ferrera called upon Baron Guy Rothschild, the head of the Rothschild banking family, because the colonel had been very instrumental in obtaining fake Nazi credentials for the Rothschilds, which enabled the Rothschild escape occupied France in 1943. This is who this fucking dude is. He's like that connected that he just calls up the head of the Rothschild banking empire and is like, yo, you know how I saved your whole family from the Nazis? Well, the CIA is coming after me and I need you to give them a call and tell them to fucking stop. So Guy Rothschild called the CIA and was like, fucking stop, guys. I like this dude. And eventually Helms, the other director of the CIA, called up Dulles and was like, listen, dude, you can't do this. Like, you just can't do it. He'll shove your balls down your throat. And eventually Dulles called off the contract. So that's the first time that the CIA crossed Ferrera, and it comes back to bite them later. And I know we're taking a long time on this, but this setup is really important for understanding why the fuck the rest of this story happens the way it happens. We're up to like 40,000 of you homies in here. I so appreciate you all being here. We're live on Rumble. We're live on Locals. We're live on X. We're even live on YouTube, even though maybe I'll get in trouble. And if you're lost and you're confused, I'm sorry. There's no time to summarize everything that's been going on. You're just going to have to roll with it, drink a drink, smoke a joint, whatever it is that you do. Have a soda water, have a soda pop, and just buckle up for some corruption because shit's about to get way worse. So, where are we? They're winding down this whole drug laundering operation, drug money laundering operation. They're trying to get it out of Japan. They're waiting for the perfect buyer. Ferrera has resigned because he's like, you guys are fucking evil. Like, why are we selling heroin to U.S. service members? They put out a contract to kill him, their main dude. He calls up the head of the global banking system and is like, yo, hook it up. Rothschilds come in, sort everything out. Peace is made. But now they're like, where do we go from here? And the main crux is Ferrera is the crux. And so Helms goes to him and is like, yo, we got to figure this out. Because of the pressure exerted by the cards Ferrera called into play, the people he called up, for as fate would have it, all of them were in some form connected to this whole affair. Ferrera had and still has the reputation of being totally ruthless and without mercy when he feels that he has been betrayed, or when he feels one of his very few friends have been betrayed. That will come back later. But all that have ever known him state that the word of Ferrera is without price. Helms obtained the word of Ferrera that with his oath, he would never divulge any part of the operation. And that's what allowed them to take off the hit to kill him, because they were worried that he was going to expose all their shit because he was like pissed, right? And he swore that he wouldn't. And apparently that was good enough. He agreed and went so far as to give them the solution of how they could control the Japanese government. And he basically suggested, the short version of what he suggested was like, you guys have been trying to control the Japanese government by buying out the dude at the top, and you should just buy out everyone else. Like, just start a bunch of companies in Japan that make a lot of money and then just fund them a little extra, and then just have them pay all the politicians and go APAC on their ass, and then you'll own the whole country anyways. And they were like, oh, that's a good fucking idea. And they did it, and it worked. You have to realize that, like, APAC wasn't around yet. They didn't realize that you could do that yet. And they did it. All of this took a period of years. It's not until after the Carter administration that any phase of that operation would be moved. And then in 1983, November, the perfect buyer appeared. We want to point out here, Senator, that recent information has come to light that Armitage continued the operation by changing home bases with the knowledge of Bush, but with the hands of Bush tied because of blah, 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 blah. We feel that certain steps are being taken to eliminate by natural causes Armitage. Remember I said we come back to this? And his secret partner, Sununu. I think that's referring to gay lover, of whom I have given you the proof of his bisexuality. I'm pretty sure that what that is right there is like sexual blackmail on Bush's little gopher boy and his partner Sununu, who comes in later. Because remember, Bush was Skull and Bones. There's like, the rumors about the like everyone jacking off on it, look into it. It's fucking weird. Okay, anyways, enough of that. The word was put out into the financial circles. This is how we find our hero. Our hero. That there was available at a great discount a certificate of deposit in yen issued by Mitsui Bank. And this brought hundreds of inquiries and offers. So they kind of like put out a DL offer into the financial world. Like, yo, we got this thing. If any of you like sketchy scumbags want to buy it. And then they kind of sorted through the pile of applicants to try to find their guy. And they found him. That's just making sure I got all my notes. Yeah. Okay. One of these second and third rung agents was somehow put in communication with a Marion Horn Jr. There's so many confusing parts to this. Mr. Marion Horn Jr. He is a junior, so he is Marion Horn Jr. But he also goes by AKA J.R. Horn. Not junior, but J.R. Horn. He's both of those things, and he's from Kentucky. So we're going to talk about him as Horn mostly, or Marion, or J.R., or Junior. He's all of those things. And he's the businessman. He is the front man. He's the main character of the story. And thus began to unfold the Kentucky connection. So far we've got the Japan connection. We've got the Kentucky connection. The Singapore, New Zealand connection, we probably won't talk about very much here because it's like really in the weeds. We'll probably skip over that part, but it's how it's the exact mechanisms of how they laundered the money through the Japanese bank, through some like offices in Singapore, and then got it into a New Zealand bank and held it in the New Zealand bank for a while. And then later we'll see some letters where Horn is like mailing with the New Zealand bank, trying to get his money out of holding at the New Zealand bank. But we're going to largely skip over the Singapore part because it's just like really in the financial weeds and I don't understand it. Mr. Horn was the first perfect buyer to be found, for the buyer wanted by Helms and Daphne had to be one that had a past record of mixing in financial transactions in the gray zone, never anything illegal, but yet on the borderline, right? Sorry, I'll get my shit out from behind me. Mr. Horn, known as JR, was perfect because he was the consummate entrepreneur, developing projects without having the financial backing. It would not do to have anyone well known within the international financial circles for obvious reasons, right? For the press would dive into it fully. Mr. Horn and Eagle 2 seemed to be made for each other, and they met at the perfect time in history. The death of Eagle 2 and the birth of a buyer came about. Dun, dun, dun. It really does read like a fucking spy novel, right? Trust me, we are just getting warmed up. Mr. Horn proved to be exactly what all concerned needed. We're going to skip a lot of this. Real quickly, when they signed the whole exchange of the CD and whatever, they had 3 witnesses there on the Japanese side of things. And for some reason, they already had said in advance that if anything happens to the 3 of you guys, don't worry, we'll pay your family $1 million. And then, surprisingly, all 3 have met their deaths in an identical fashion at the exact same spot in time. Their families have received the funds. No witnesses. Nice job, CIA. You're doing great. Later on in one of the letters, this gets described, I believe, by Baron Daphne as incredibly convenient. We'll get there. It was during this phase of the operation that Helms realized he needed funds to aid the Contras in Nicaragua. The only solution was to continue the operation. So here we go. Eagle 2 happens for 10 years. They're selling drugs in Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam. They're like, fuck, let's wind this down. Shit's getting dicey. Let's wind it down. They take a bunch of years finding the right buyer. They're like all ready to wind it down. They've got this huge operation. They found their guy. They went through all this trouble. They killed 3 Japanese people so there'd be no witnesses. They cleared all the, and then he's like, let's fund another war illegally. Spin it all back up. Like literally right before they'd finished winding it all down, Helms is like, let's go, baby. Fun in the Contras. And this is where everything gets fucked up. Because Marion Horn, this kind of outsider, kind of insider, was like on the take, and he was like ready to go, and he was like doing all the things to take this, to buy the CD and to like get it all moving. And like right during that moment, Helms wants to reverse direction and stop the sale of this certificate of deposit and get all those funds back into operation to fund illegal arms sales and drug smuggling in the Iran-Contra triangle. So here we go. Only this time, it had to be put under the control of Armitage with the full knowledge of Bush, but not of President Ronald Reagan, nor now of General Ferrera, right? Because now they're selling drugs to more people, and Ferrera is not trustworthy. He doesn't want to sell drugs to people, and they don't want him involved because they don't want to make another scandal with it. So he had to be kept in the dark because of his total aversion to the drug trade, which is a weird thing to say because he was the one that had all the drug connections in the first place. But, you know, they're spies, whatever. They can do what they want. He was assigned to other missions by the agency as a way to keep him in the dark. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North was brought in for the operation. Here's a quote of the night. History has now proven that Colonel North was no General Ferrera. And if you know anything about Iran-Contra and about Oliver North, you know what that means. Because he wound up on the stand basically pointing the finger at the U.S. government, being like, it was their fault that we did all this illegal drug smuggling and arms trafficking. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't really know. I'm just a guy. His job was to be the fall man. And he fucked it all up. And then he went on the fucking stage and he fucked up being the fall guy too. Everyone hates Oliver North. Even though it was actually all the people behind him that were doing all the bad stuff. But that's just such a great quote. He is no General Ferrera. Oops, don't want to move that. So now we're going to reverse the sale of the CD. To avoid any risk, Helms had to stop the sale of the CD, the certificate of deposit. Fortune smiled on Helms. For the Horn group, Horn had like brought in a bunch of lawyers and kind of like associates to help him like manage this like multiple, like $100 billion black market scheme, right? And the Horn group did not follow the precise manner of cashing the instrument, trying to do it in a rather haphazard manner. This like left the door open, I presume. So Lizuka could be accused along with the Horn people of having stolen the CD. Like it's fraudulent. And thus have all papers confiscated and everyone be lost in jails in the Far East forever. No trace, no records. This would have been successful, except that as yet unknown persons came to the aid of Horn and he was allowed to leave. So just to get that straight, they had a very complex like system of laundering this money, and the Horn people either added steps or changed something, or like, you know, just they left a little room for error in there. And Helms was like, I got it. We're going to accuse them of, we're going to say the accounts don't exist. The money doesn't exist. The certificate is fraudulent because they'd already covered their tracks to make it look like it didn't exist. And he's going to just be like, hey, this guy's a scammer who's trying to buy all this property with money that doesn't exist from accounts that doesn't exist, put him in prison. And he almost got away with it too, if it wasn't for these meddling kids. The Mitsui Bank and the Japanese government officially declared the instrument to be a stolen blank and thus a forgery in 1983. All was confiscated from Burns and Horn. This was carried out by the Commercial Crime Division, Singapore. So it was like they were in the Singapore's part of the Singapore connection when it happened. At this point, Senator, how much is fact and how much is fiction is hard to tell. You're damn straight. But we believe that the records in our position pretty much prove that all is about as close to fact as is possible in something like this. So just a reminder for all of you out there, no one knows what the fuck is going on. Least of all us. So that's how Marion Horn wound up on the outside, so to speak, right? So they bring this dude in like, hey, we're going to launder $100 billion and we need your help doing it. And we'll pay you for it, right? We got extra money. And he's like, cool, I'm down. They start laundering that money. Takes a year or two, a couple of years. It's complex to launder all that money. In the middle of that laundering, they are like, yeah, fuck it. We want the money, actually. Just call this guy a criminal, send him to jail, put him away in a foreign prison for forever. We'll take the money and we'll keep on funding drugs selling. Horn barely escapes. He gets some help from some people. Kind of unclear what happens. He gets away. They take all of his files, but he gets away. Okay. He is naturally on the defensive. He's like, well, fuck, dude, this is sketchy. But someone has the great idea to be like, hey, we could still use this guy. He's pretty useful. Let's just get him to do more of that. And I'm sure he'll trust us. While that's happening, Armitage is in charge of the continuation of the Eagle 2 operation. The name was changed to Operation Golden Triangle, so they're still smuggling drugs over in the Vietnam area. But because none of the contacts established by Ferrera could be used for the purchase and all that, they were worried that Ferrera would find out about the operation, and they don't even want to let him find out. So they're trying to like set up all new contacts and like recreate the operation that Ferrera had made, but they are not as cool as Ferrera, so they can't do it as good as him. And Armitage became the consummate double dealer and the perfect triple crosser. And we have documentation that we have bought showing that Helms and the CIA are in possession of all the proof needed on the actions by Armitage. So Armitage was basically running his own, like, he's like, oh, I'll take care of this operation. Don't even worry about it. And then he just starts like taking all the money for himself. The Bureau estimates, that Armitage has amassed a sum in excess of $100 billion from his own drug selling operation on the side. Like, not even for the U.S. government. It was just like literally George Bush's gophering $100 billion of heroin. Our agents within the Oval Office inform us that they suspect Armitage has invested all in gold and that the gold is deposited in various countries of the Pacific Rim. We will try to obtain full confirmation. The plot thickens. Okay. How are we doing? I'm going to see if we can't beat the P. Diddy stream tonight with this stream. That'd be cool. I'm glad to see you're all in here. Handlebar mustache, please. I'll trust you more. Yeah, we could go there. We could grow that out. I trim it up so that it doesn't get there. Yeah, I won't tell you guys about that part. What do we need to do here? Oh, this part's cool. This part's super cool. We're going to skip a little bit of this, just kind of in the weeds. They're talking about who their informants were and how the FBI knew all this stuff. All would have worked perfection, but Mr. Marion Horn felt that he was in too deep and he had to do something to keep the wolves off his back. So he started to move every rock. Like, he started to collect all this information, collect all the files he could, to try to keep his head above water. Mr. Horn trusted the wrong dude to help him get information, and the dude that he used to get information was actually an FBI informant too, because he was a spineless piece of shit. And apparently they could just walk up to him and be like, hi, I'm a CIA agent. I need to know everything you know. And he'd be like, okay. And he would tell them everything that he knew. And the FBI did that to get him to tell them everything. And his name is John Bennett. And the last known address in our files on him is listed as 60 Adams Street, Biddeford, Maine. And so I'm like reading this, and my brain is like, well, fuck, dude, I can, like, let's look that up, right? Like, let's do a little investigative journalism. And ta-da, I found him, and he's real. This is probably too small for you to see. But this right here, this is state senators, Republican candidates. He ran in District 2 in Maine. And right there, John G. Bennett, Biddeford, Maine, 60 Adams Street. Okay. And then 60 Adams Street, possible owner. I mean, these websites are not super reliable, but a possible previous owner, Margaret Bennett, at Biddeford, Maine, 60 Adams Street. So I've got like, I found multiple sources that put the Bennetts at 60 Adams Street, Biddeford, Maine. That's a pretty fucking specific detail to throw into this report if this isn't actual FBI intel, right? Like, you feel what I'm saying there? It's like anytime you get like specific details that you can, like, I can probably corroborate that specific thing. The more of those data points we can find, the better I feel about what else is in this report. I just thought it was neat. So I'll skip that part. Willard C. McBride. I think that the name Willard C. McBride will come up later in the 5-star trust documents that we'll look at in a second here. Just making a note of that. That's a personal friend of the officer writing this report. We're talking about people that Horn was getting involved with and getting to help him compile these documents, right? Because now we're starting to cross over with the what the FBI is talking about here is they're talking about this dossier of essentially blackmail, of like, oh shit files that is his life insurance policy that this guy, Marion Horn, this is our dude. He's our main character. There's not a lot about him on the internet, but that's who he is. He compiled this huge 90-page document that's all of this and all of this that we're going to go through in a little bit as his life insurance policy. And right now we're hearing from the FBI about the sources he used and how he put it together, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Okay, their morals. Horn started to make too many waves, and he enlisted the help of many influential individuals, including a friend of the director of the Bureau, Mr. Alan Wolfley. A decision was made, and that decision was that Marion Horn Jr. And his mortgage and trust co. had to be stopped. And to this end, the agency used their informant, Binet, as a tool to set him up. And in so doing, they were going to discredit him in the international financial community, get him blacklisted, persona non grata, all of that. He was in the Interpol non grata book. And then later that got reversed. We'll talk about whatever. As stated before, it was decided that Mr. Horn must be silenced, but without personal harm, right? Because Helms felt that Horn actually believed he was within his rights. However, he had to be silenced. And in the best manner of doing so is to just discredit him. But like, he's a good, like, don't hurt him. He's like, I mean, maybe lock him up in prison in Singapore for his whole life and throw away the key. That's no big deal. But like, don't hurt him, right? Like, he's a good guy. You know, he's an American patriot. What are you going to do? That's like their vibe. And so now that he got away from the prison in Singapore thing. Now Helms is like, all right, maybe we'll just discredit him and like make him look crazy. And that'll solve the problem, but just don't hurt him, whatever you do. Okay. Cause he's a good guy. Cause we're moral people. We are good people. So that's what they started to do. And guess who they got to do it for them? General Ferrera. So it was decided to bring in the general and tell him that this J.R. Horn guy was trying to cheat the government of the funds that were obtained by the Eagle 2 project. And General Ferrera had to be used because he was the only link that was trusted by the powers in Singapore. Because General Ferrera is like the fucking man and everyone loves him all around the world. And he has all the connections all around the world. And so everyone needs him to do all their shit for him, even though they really wish they didn't. So they bring in General Ferrera to discredit Marion Horn. And they lie to him and tell him that Horn is an FBI operative that's trying to steal these funds. And in the meantime, the FBI is running a spy operation in the CIA, trying to keep tabs on what's going on. And so Ferrera starts investigating Horn. And in the process of investigating Horn, he starts finding all of the FBI's moles because he's like Ferrera and he's super good at what he does. And he just fucking slays it. And then so the FBI is like, oh shit, he's going to undo our whole operation in the CIA. So the FBI starts trying to blacklist and discredit Ferrera because he was outing all of their moles in the CIA. And then Ferrera actually just was like, yeah, sorry guys, I'm Ferrera. You can't do that. And he outsmarted them. And they don't really know how he did it, but he did. So right here, I'm just going to kind of skip over it, but he's like, and during his findings, he also started to discover the names of our agents within the CIA, as well as in embassies abroad. He started to feed that information to William Colby, who'd taken over the agency. Per the orders, we use paid informants and runners plus a plant to attempt this. They tried to forge a bunch of shit to like basically fraudulently expose Ferrera as being like dirty. And we have never been sure as to why this mission of ours failed, but it did. And the general doubled his efforts to destroy Horn. For now, he was sure that Horn was using all means. So Ferrera was still kind of like, fuck this Horn guy. He's with the FBI and they're trying to discredit me. I'm going to discredit them, right? And then, plot twist incoming. The plot twist of the century. This is where the whole story gets even crazier. And I'm actually serious when I say that. Like, you thought this was crazy until now. Just you wait. Update X. I don't know what that means. If you're new here, real quick though, let me take a pause here. If you're new here and you want to find the files that we're looking at, I've put them online on archive.org and you can get them yourself right here. You can download them to your computer, save them forever. They are these exact documents right here with my notes on them and everything. Not with like my not with my Obsidian notes, but with my handwritten notes. That is where you find them. Okay, and now back to the story for the plot twist. 48,000 of you. We're almost to 50,000. We're almost going to break our P. Diddy live stream with something that's actually important, not just rappers raping people. I'm kidding. P. Diddy is important, but you know what I mean. Okay. Plot twist. You ready? My hair is getting annoying. I think I'm going to have to put a hat on here soon. Now, all took a turn in favor of Helms, Daphne, Rothschild, and strange as it may seem, Marion Horn. This came about because Ferrera kept digging and digging, and the more he dug, the more he became convinced that Horn was an innocent victim who had been used by the agency, which was true. And remember Ferrera's morals and about, like, you know, drugs and his friends and just being backstabbed by the agency himself. And that Horn was as big of a red, white, and blue patriot as could be found. And Ferrera became convinced that Horn was simply a super entrepreneur who had managed to out-hustle the hustlers. We have no idea, nor have we found any documentation that will show us why a hard-boiled general like Ferrera would suddenly look upon someone like Horn as a son that had to be protected from the mean guys. But that appears to be what has happened. We have copies of expenditures by Ferrera, as well as his bank statements, that show us that he has used over $500,000 of his personal funds to buy gifts worth tens and tens of thousands of dollars and give them to people like adjacent to this conspiracy, like Ed Ong, Baron de Monchi, 3 prime ministers of Japan, and others, such as the Speaker of the House of Commons in England, telling them all that the gifts were sent to them by Marion Horn and thanking them for their effort. Are you hearing what I'm saying right now? General Ferrera starts to be like, I like this Horn guy, and he's a good dude, and he's actually super legit, and I'm on his team now. And then he proceeds to use his own money to buy gifts for important people all around the world under the fake name of Marion Horn, so that all these powerful people around the world will like Marion Horn, thinking that he had just bought them all these gifts. That's the kind of guy that Ferrera is. And that is the plot twist that is about to blow this whole thing up. Because now the most powerful spy in the world is on the team of the front man that is supposed to be discredited and supposed to be blackballed and going to prison because the CIA needs to get rid of him. And now everything has changed. And yeah, we'll get into more of this in a second. I'm pretty sure that this alliance is why we have these documents in the first place. So, Ferrera. Page 14. So, Ferrera's realizing that he wants to save Marion Horn. And when an agency the size of the CIA is after you, as Ferrera has learned from personal experience, the way you save that person is by coming up with a solution that will fix everyone's problems while allowing everyone to save face. Like what happened with him earlier, when he called in Guy Rothschild and he's like, listen, guys, I've got a solution how we can fix this all. I can show you how to stay in control of Japan. Just leave me alone. We're good, right? So he now takes the same playbook and applies it to Marion Horn. And he gives them a solution to the Studebaker matter that allowed all to save face and wash the funds and pay Horn. So Ferrera became the mastermind behind what we'll go into a lot later. Notice the date here, July, you can't quite see, and this when it's little like that. So this is dated July 7th, 1989. And that's critical because we're going to read some letters in a minute here. Well, in a few minutes. This is going to be a long fucking live stream. Some letters that are in this 1989 timeframe. This is when like Horn is like, I think either financially destitute or like in jail in the US or something. He's like in this very much a holding pattern in the US. The funds are locked up in New Zealand. Everyone's writing letters to each other about how it's like, it's all good. We love each other. It's all good. Don't worry. I'm not lying to you. We're going to release the funds any minute. Everything's taken care of. It's a weird time to be alive in 1989. And it's because all the alliances have just shifted. Everyone is kind of playing each other against each other. Ferrera has like changed the whole chessboard, and everyone's theoretically going to get paid out and be good. And it doesn't quite happen that way. And now we're going to take a quick detour into Grand Theft Auto, Mafia Vice City land, and gangs and drug smuggling. So is it worth talking about 5-star trust for a second here? Yeah. So the thing I just described where like Horn is chilling, waiting, they're going to pay him, and like the funds are in New Zealand, this solution that Ferrera came up with, for simplicity's sake, that is called the 5-star trust. That is the documents that we're going to go into in a little bit here. Is like everything leading up to this was the CIA operation, the Studebaker, Operation Golden Triangle. It was all their drug smuggling operations for decades leading into this. And then in 1989, once they had tried to blackball Horn and send him to jail, and like he'd gotten away, and everything was all fucked up, and they were worried they were going to get exposed. And Ferrera gives them the solution of like, look, guys, I know how we can like, you can all launder your money and sell your drugs. We can pay Horn. He can stay quiet. Everything can be good. Everything's fine. That solution was the 5-star trust. And it was putting Horn as the trustee, as the name on the trust that they would pay him through these illicit funds, like $100 billion worth of illicit funds. And it's not explicitly stated, but what I think happened that he suggested, or they decided in the background of that, is like, oh, once we get Marion Horn's name on this 5-star trust, we can just open up more accounts under that name all over the world and just launder all of our money in his name without telling him. And that way we're all good. Because it's like this random businessman who's not associated with the CIA, who doesn't even know that we're laundering hundreds of billions of dollars of drug money all around the world in his name. And the accounts are all set up and it's already like, it's all good, right? And so that is where the 5-star trust became, in 1989, it became the CIA's de facto drug money laundering system. And they started to link all of their other various bank accounts into it. And they started to consolidate all of the different operations and all the finances in those different operations into this one giant trust that had like over 300 different accounts around the world with like over 30 banks and stuff. We'll get into more of that later. But we're about to go in this funny detour into the Nicaragua Contra and like balls getting chopped off and stuffed down people's throats and drive-by shootings of Barry Seal and all these other things. And so I just want to put a pin in the 5-star trust for a minute and shelve it, because we're all going to forget about it by the time we're done talking about Ferrera here. Okay. Because shit's about to get crazy. So, all right. I'm so glad you're all here. I'm so glad that we're streaming on Locals tonight. Man, it's been such a fucking shit show trying to get Locals to work. And they're the homies that are supposed to have the stream in the first place. So if you're actually watching this on Locals right now, you're a legend and I love you. And I'm so sorry that the other streams weren't on Locals. I'm getting better at this. And we'll do Locals only streams in the future too. Just you wait. So the orders now come down directly from Justice and State that said that Horn and Ferrera are to be considered untouchables, no more inquiries, documents shredded, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they completed this report first. Okay. That's kind of the end of that thought in this guy's report. And now, in the meantime, there's this whole other thing going on. In the meantime, Casey had begun to look upon himself as a demigod, and knowing that the agency had to have funds for Colonel North and the Iran-Contra thing, he started to get very careless. So just to remind us of who we're talking about here, North and the Iran-Contra affair, but Casey is, where are you at, Casey? William Casey, the future director of CIA. So at this point in the CIA's history, Casey was already the director, and then Bob Gates took over for a little bit and William Webster. But Casey had gained a lot of power, and he was sort of like their homie, but not part of the original five, remember? The original five, they were the pros, right? Bush, Lansdale, Colby, Ferrera, and then Gopher. They played a tight ship back in Vietnam, and they had that shit dialed. Casey, on the other hand, Casey's late to the part. Oh, sorry. And Helms. I left Helms out of the. Helms is important. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. Casey, on the other hand, he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And he's late to the party, and he wasn't like the big power player in the Vietnam operation. And now he's trying to run this Nicaragua Contra thing, and he's about to fuck everything up. So that's where we're at now. In the meantime, Casey began to look on himself as a demigod. Files that we have obtained show that without consulting Helms, Casey set about establishing his own kingdom with him as the emperor. He obtained help from the very depths of society and put one Alder Berryman Seal in command of the drug road to obtain the funds for the North operation with the Contras. The agency had used Seal since 1981 as a contact man. This is Barry Seal. He's a drug runner. He's got a very storied history, but he'd been on and off of the U.S.'s good side. And he got tapped by Casey because he's a pilot. And they were trying to run shitloads of drugs, like tons, literal tons of drugs, all in big plane flights, as opposed to like little shipments of like hundreds of kilos at a time. They're like, let's up this shit and go crazy with it. There's a line here that got cut off that I speculated about what it said here. I presume that it's talking about how Ferrera hates the drug trade. And so that his disdain for the drug trade came to the fore when he inadvertently on the toes of Casey and almost destroyed the Contra movement. This is a funny story. The general got wind that a second-rate hoodlum, once a member of the CIA, was involved in the importation of all drugs in the United States. And it appears that Ferrera had some spare time on his hands. So he asked some of his friends to do something about El Gordo. Alder Berryman Seal, the drug runner. He did not know, and if he did know, he did not care that Seal, El Gordo, was in fact working for Director Casey and was responsible only to Casey, and that by asking that Seal be fixed, he was risking the toppling of the money machine for Colonel North. So just to clarify, Ferrera has his own spy contacts all over the world. He's like literally his own intelligence agency. And he gets word that now there's this Gordo fucker smuggling shitloads of drugs into the United States from Central South America. And he's like, kill that guy. He might have known it was the CIA. He might not have. Doesn't matter. He's like, fuck it, kill him. And that was the smuggling operation that was supporting the whole Iran-Contra affair, right? And he put out the hit, allegedly. Like, when you go to Wikipedia, it doesn't say anything about this General Ferrera guy. It just talks about the cartels killing him. But here we go. So, nevertheless, our tapes of phone conversations to the office of Director Casey show that General Ferrera informed him that he had information showing who the real leader of the drug cartel in the U.S. was, and that he wondered if he, Ferrera, would step on anyone's toes if he stopped that fat son of a bitch. So he calls up the director and he's like, yo, I heard this fat motherfucker's running drugs into the U.S. Do you know anything about it? Director Casey answered no. He was not working for the agency because he's fucking scared of Ferrera. He's like, no, I don't know anything. And Ferrera's like, cool, I'm going to fucking kill him. 30 seconds after that, the general concluded his call. Director Casey called Helms and informed him of the conversation. So he calls up Helms, who's better at his job than Casey is. And he's like, boss, what do I do? Even though he is the boss. Helms was very upset with Casey and ordered him to clean up his act or suffer the consequences. This order angered Casey, and he attempted to contact Seal, but he was not very successful. In the meantime, the general's men were successful. On the evening of February 19th, 1986 at 6 p.m., Seal got out of his white Cadillac in the parking lot of his favorite restaurant. The general had his men hiding behind a dumpster. Seal took no precautions. He did not see them. Backed into a parking spot. The men approached. According to witnesses, they went to the driver's side. There were 2 quick bursts from silenced, equipped MAC-10 Uzi submachine guns. 96 bullets smashed into Seal's head and body, and he was dead instantly. The Bureau has copies of all tapes of all conversations with Casey, as well as copies of all police reports. So when you go to Seal's Wikipedia page, it talks about the cartels killing him. When you go to this FBI report, it talks about Ferrera killing that fat motherfucker because he really didn't like people smuggling drugs into the U.S., despite somehow working for the CIA. So that's just one of Ferrera's many exploits to come in this little semi-saga here. Our documents show that as director of the CIA, Casey, without approval of Helms, went into business with drug smugglers, allowing tons of narcotics to enter the country as a necessary cost of higher geopolitical objectives. Our documents show further that Casey ordered the subordination of drug equipment to the goal of overthrowing the Nicaragua Sandinista government. Our information tells us that he allowed 2 southern states to be used as major distribution points for Latin American narcotics. Then he interfered with all attempts by local police and with our own FBI agents to eradicate the problem. So this report is written in 1989. We're talking about like through the mid 80s. Iran-Contra was exposed in, I believe, 86. 1986, 1987 is when it was exposed. So this report, this FBI report, was written 2 years later. We're almost to Manuel Noriega here. Cheers, guys. We might even hit 60,000 before the stream's over. I don't honestly know how we're going to fit all of this into one stream. I thought we were going to go faster than this. We'll have to take a poll in a little bit here to see if you guys want to split it into 2 nights or if we want to do it all in one night. It paused entirely. No, I'm watching it right now, bro. It's still going. The Coca Integration Agency. That's a good name for the CIA. All right. How Seal and Ferrera first met. What they care. He killed him. While all this transpired, the CIA had to establish a connection with the kingpins of the Colombian cocaine. Seal was the connection that helped get them connected. Talking about how they were shipping it in giant single shipments with Seal and his airline. Now, Casey contacted a corrupt colonel in the Panamanian Defense Forces because they needed like a go-between, a little stop. And this is how Noriega enters the picture. Manuel Noriega. And he was the head of the Panamanian Defense Forces intelligence unit. Thus, Noriega controlled a network of out-of-the-way landing strips in Panama that he agreed to provide for the partners, Leder and Seal. In return, he received a bunch of money, $500,000 in cash, plus 1% of everything that was smuggled. Additionally, Panama's banking laws allowed them to launder a bunch of Medellin drug profits. And finally, Casey agreed to do all in his power to arm Noriega to clandestinely see that Noriega's foes were eliminated and Noriega could become president of Panama, which happened. I love that Manuel Noriega's wiki photo is his fucking mugshot. Okay. We're about to get to the part that all of you came here for. I posted screenshots on Twitter earlier today. If you're not on Twitter, I posted screenshots of what's about to happen to Noriega on Twitter, and it's in here. And we're about to get there. Okay. The whole operation was the brainchild of director Casey. As Casey saw the problem, the Soviet Union was about to establish a Central American beachhead via the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. The only solution was to eliminate the Sandinista regime. Basic Iran-Contra history there. Since an outright American military invasion was out of the question, and since the only CIA man who was a personal acquaintance of Noriega was General Ferrera, because he knows everyone, and since General Ferrera would not agree to drug smuggling in the U.S., Casey began to formulate plans for a covert paramilitary operation to accomplish the task. However, to do this, he needed Ferrera, and thus he first tried to break Ferrera by giving us fake information and planting fake records in various parts of the country with the idea to offer to clean it up if Ferrera took command of the paramilitary group. So he tried to like manipulate Ferrera into like doing his thing. Don't want to do that. The difficulty was Congress was extremely nervous. They didn't want to give authorization. They were asking all kinds of questions. Congress was about to cut off the money. Okay. And to prepare for that eventuality, Casey decided on a secret operation to keep the anti-Sandinista forces, Contras, armed and supplied. With a need for strict secrecy in order to circumvent the law, Casey set about creating an operation that could not be traced back to the CIA. And he copied the original guidelines of the five, known as Eagle 2. So he went back to the old blueprints for the old Eagle 2 operation from Vietnam and tried to recreate that in Nicaragua, Panama, Central America, South America drug smuggling. The only difference was that the people in charge were not the original qualified five. Casey even went so far as to name the operation Eagle. But when Helms heard rumors of an operation called Eagle, he asked Armitage if it was involved. And the answer was negative, but we intercepted a conversation between Armitage and Casey in which Casey was informed of the suspicions of Helms. So Armitage knew about it, and he was just playing cover. Casey changed the name to Black Eagle. Real clever. The operation proceeded through a Casey confidant, Micha Harari. Here's our Mossad link. Harari, he's actually Michael Harari, kind of a semi-famous Mossad operative. Worth noting that Harari was a man steeped in the darker arts of espionage. He often stated that the Eagle, Ferrera, was the only man in the world that he feared, but that he was better than the Eagle because he could pull the trigger. So now we've got rival super spies. It's very James Bond up in here. Okay. Not super important. The Israeli intelligence. Okay. Noriega was working with the Israelis too throughout this part. When Casey sought out Harari in 1982 to help set up the covert Contra operation, the Israeli knew the perfect point man for the job. So he's the one that got Noriega involved. At that point, Casey had been given secret intelligence reports gathered by the private intelligence army of General Ferrera, telling Casey with proof that Noriega was a full-fledged drug trafficker, etc. CIA could not allow this report from Ferrera to be seen, so Casey contacted Ferrera and offered to make him his second in command in the agency. Ferrera turned him down, stating that he was like, nah, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. I don't want any of your offers, Casey. You're a sketchy motherfucker. Later, we intercepted a conversation between Ferrera and Helms in which Ferrera stated that when Casey offered him something that big, there must be a reason for it. So he turned it down because he knows what's going on. So then Omar Torrijos dies. Read Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Panama has a little switcheroo. In a plane crash, Spadafora at first allied himself with Noriega. Hugo Spadafora. We're going to talk about this boy in a second here. But then he learned from Ferrera that Noriega was playing all sides on the street and into drug smuggling. Oh. Why did our locals live stream end? What are you doing, locals? Doesn't look like it ended. Why did it end? Oh, maybe because I think I ran out of time on locals, guys. Haha, sucks to suck, locals. Come over to where everyone else is hanging out. Okay. Spadafora found out. Spadafora starts working with Ferrera. He's like a mole for Ferrera in the Panamanian world here. Finds out that Noriega is deeply involved in the drug trafficking. Bureau has copies. All of the above came to the attention of Helms, who did not know who was playing for whom. And the only person that he felt placed the country above his personal gain was General Ferrera. So he was like, Ferrera, you got to figure out what the fuck's going on. The general found out with Spadafora that fucking Noriega's doing all these drug traffickings. And then Spadafora helped them write a report about this drug trafficking with Noriega in Panama. And Noriega got dropped from the agency's payroll. But the Panamanian was restored to the agency's good graces when the Reagan administration, a bunch of fucking drama. And General Ferrera and Spadafora continued to complain to the CIA about Noriega. So there's kind of all this infighting. And Noriega found out that Spadafora was working for Ferrera and being a bitch. And so Noriega had Spadafora tortured to death and then dumped his body in a U.S. mail sack and mailed it to General Ferrera in Mexico. Not a good move. So that was Noriega's way of making a point. So Ferrera made his own point. He went, it's rumored, this is a rumor, allegedly, went undercover on his own into Panama and somehow made his way into the compound of General Noriega. There, in the general's own bedroom, General Ferrera is said to have accosted Noriega, bound him up, and personally cut off his testicles. He then stuffed the testicles into Noriega's mouth. The Bureau recorded the incident in its entirety and the voices with their hidden mics. But somehow that all the documentation disappeared from their vaults. Maybe Ferrera went and took it. He's that kind of guy. The general injected Noriega with a full dose of cocaine and left him bound with his balls in his mouth in a drugged stupor. It is believed this is the cause of Noriega's cocaine addiction. Noriega cannot inform anyone because he would have to tell all that he is not macho, and he lives in constant fear of Ferrera. He has even offered to make peace with Ferrera, but Ferrera has not paid attention to the overtures. Noriega, we have learned, revealed all about the Black Eagle operation to Castro. So don't fuck with General Ferrera. Bush, Donald Gregg, he's a real person. I was able to corroborate. Not very hard to do that. Can skip a lot of this. Micha Harari, Mossad, Oliver North. Okay. This is kind of the end of the report. Page 21, there's one more page. So when General Ferrera, this is just to summarize what just happened. When General Ferrera had Seal eliminated, the drug smuggler, the plane, he inadvertently toppled the source of funds for the Contras. For like a domino theory, with Seal gone, everyone started to look. Are we gone? We're back now. My whole stream went weird for a second. Yeah, we are having trouble streaming to locals. Locals is gone. Quit. Remove. Sorry, locals. Locals has a limit on how much streaming you're allowed to do when you are like a small account. And they don't realize that we're a fucking big account. And so they haven't upgraded my streaming yet. So I'm sure they'll figure that shit out sooner or later. But we just killed our whole streaming budget in one night because we're at 2 hours and 5 minutes right now, as you can hear in my voice. And we're still going strong. Yeah, it froze for a second. Froze on my end too. I have Starlink, which is rad, but every now and then it gets a little fuzzy on us. Yeah. Where I live, all the other internet options are even worse. So it is what it is. But okay. Last page. Whew, boy, this has been fucking long. All right. This part's funny as fuck though, and then we'll take a quick break here. So, the partnership with Ferrera, this connection, is hard to understand. For we have no documentation that Horn is paying Ferrera or that Ferrera is making any money from his association. On the contrary, he's actually like given up all of his money in order to help Horn. The FBI has orchestrated 2 attempts on the general's life within the past 2 years, failing in both. Now, none of our agencies can touch him, for he's under the protection of the White House. Remember, 1989, the George Bush White House. George Bush was a direct co-conspirator with Ferrera in the whole Eagle 2 operation, so that's why he's under the protection of the White House. The Bureau has had as many as 24 agents assigned to monitor all movements of Ferrera, but when he started to approach our agents and reprimand them for terribly sloppy methods of trailing, we just gave up. Just imagine the movie scene of that happening. That's for real. That's happening. That's what they said. So they don't know what the fuck's going on. They do know that there's been 14 inquiries regarding General Ferrera into various government agencies, all from friends and associates of Marion Horn. The FBI in 1989 has stopped all inquiries into Ferrera. They've left him completely alone. They have no idea what's going on. It is what it is. And then they end on this line. So in closing, we must add that other information to the Studebaker Black Eagle affair must be obtained from the non-existing files of the CIA. And we're sure that if the general does not exist, then there are no files, meaning the shit is secret enough that that's all you're going to get. And for the longest time, that's all you got until Marion Horn got more. Okay. How are we doing out there, guys? We're at almost 60,000 people. It's getting dark outside. It's getting dark in the studio here. Gigi's getting antsy. Gigi's up from her dinner nap. My OJ beverage is almost gone. For some of you, it's like midnight on a Friday night right now and you're hanging out. Y'all are amazing. Yeah, Reba McGrupp, you're right. I am CIA. I am a PSYOP. And I fooled you all, motherfucker. Oh, I still got Red Bull too. What do you guys think? We got to take a vote we got to take a poll in the not OJ and vodka. It's OJ and whiskey. I hate vodka. I fucking hate vodka. I'm a gin person, really. It's almost 11 p.m. It's almost 8 p.m. here where I am. So now we have to decide, friends. Do we go for another hour or two and break down this whole other corroborative document and evidence? Because it really does go best all together, right? Like, that story was fucking crazy, right? And I think you can already tell that there's enough corroboration just in it, there's some truth in that. It's obviously it's just an FBI agent writing up a report as best as he can, but it's not a made up document. It's a real FBI file. It's just not in the FBI vault because it was never supposed to be released. And it's released because Ferrera gave it to Marion Horn, and Marion Horn got fucking scared and started releasing things. So yeah, I think we're going to set a world record for longest fucking lives. Well, that's a lie. We're going to set a Cancel This Clothing Company record for longest live stream so far. And we're just going to fucking go, baby. I don't have to pee yet. And Gigi's chilling. And I got some documents to go through. These ones will be a little more of a skim, a little more fast paced. Well, we'll get bogged down a little bit, but let me just kind of chill for a second. Shake out my shoulders, get a little wiggle going. Maybe adjust my lights. I guess we'll just chill like this. Get dark. We'll get more conspiratorial now. It's all dark out, baby. I got my purple circle in the background. Yeah, what's up, Gigi? You ready? You ready, baby girl? Here, Gigi, you want to join the stream for a second? We'll have a little Gigi intermission. Come here, Gigi. Come on up. Yeah, hi, baby. Say hi. Say hi to the people. Yeah. Yes, you're lovely. You're the main character. Okay, go lay down. Go lay down. All right, part 2. You ready to do this? So, the 5-star trust. So, that FBI file I found first, and I read it all. I pondered it for a long time and decided that I didn't trust that it was real. This was many months ago, and I actually made a YouTube video about this a long time ago when I was much smaller. No, I plan on you paying Gigi for that appearance with advertiser revenue. And I feed her all raw meat. She eats the goods. We pay her in chicken and liver and things like that. She has no use for dollars. She's not a hoe, okay? Back off. So in the process of trying to corroborate what the fuck we just read, so when I Google, when I try to corroborate that, I start looking for entry points. And I Googled tons of different entry points and just found little things. But when I Googled Marion Horn 5-star trust, I found this. And what this is, you can find this now. This is up on the internet on archive.org and other places too. Unlike the other one that I couldn't find anymore, this one still is up. But I re-uploaded it, just this document, in its own space here that you can now find. So if you want to read along for the 5-star trust documents, these documents are way more detailed, way more interesting, way more sleuthing to be done in these documents, as you're about to see. So if you want to follow along, archive.org/details/5-star-trust. Get it poppin'. And this is a dossier, essentially. It's like a notarized evidence dossier. What you barking at? What you barking at, dude? Is the CIA outside? What's that? Y'all just give me one second to calm the dog down. And don't worry, if the CIA comes into my house, I'll make sure to live stream that. Hey, Gigi. It's okay. Yeah, calm down. No, there's no one there. Go lay down. Come here. Yeah, sorry, guys. We don't have a CIA intervention to show you tonight. Here, Gigi, come lay down. We just have a scared dog with big noises outside. Come on. She had a rough life. She's a rescue dog. She got attacked by coyotes and evil men, and she got all the trauma. So, anyways, the 5-star trust. Throughout this document, there's all sorts of legal stuff that we can corroborate. There's all kinds of like case numbers that I corroborated, all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to kind of skip around through here. And here's where we're going to start. It starts with Exhibit K, which is a summary of the status so far as of 2011. Actually 2008, I think, is when they wrote this. And a lot of this is kind of unimportant court stuff. And then it talks about how the following statements will be submitted to the civil case number that Marion Horn Jr. plaintiff versus George W. Bush et al., including George Tenet. That is a real case number that I was able to find, Horn v. Bush et al. And George Tenet is named on that case. That's real. This website actually has court documents that you have to pay to get, which I wasn't going to pay to get, but that's a real case. So that's the first piece of evidence here, which is important because now we're about to talk about the New World Order. So basic legal correction stuff, and then a brief summary of what's going on here. On November 7th, 1983, issued by the main branch of Mitsui Bank. So it's like a summary of how Marion Horn got involved, which we all just read about in that FBI file. So remember, now we're reading like the other side of the story. This is Marion Horn. I think it's him and his lawyers like writing these documents. There's a ton of typos in a lot of these documents that he wrote. That's like, how good a lawyers are. I mean, it explains why they left a loophole that Helms was able to exploit to try to send them all to prison because they don't type very good. But anyways, their summary is that in 1983, they got brought into this Mitsui Bank. The CD was in the amount of 318 billion Japanese yen. Oh, wait, look, that's our number right there. Boom. Check it out, bitches. Right there. Boom. You see that? 405-1100-92. I knew we wanted to save that number for later. So that's that. Corroborating evidence, right? So somehow, in the FBI report written to Senator Kennedy, Gigi, I'm going to have to send you to your room. You got to lie down, baby. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. The big bad CIA will not come for you. And if they do, we have guns. I didn't say that on the stream. I love you, YouTube. Okay? I follow all the rules. So the real bank account, 318 billion Japanese yen. The CD was purchased by Marion Horn individually, then assigned to his company. Payment was made and accepted. Japan. Okay. 5-star trust was created as recommended by General Robert L. Ferrera. formerly head of clandestine activities, now living in Mexico, South Mexico City, and Belize, with John Bennett, the dude whose address I corroborated, formerly of Biddeford, Maine, a former friend of Bob Furchie, all these other people, who informed Mr. Horn that General Ferrera and Bennett were alive in Mexico, ? A false death certificate or certificates had been issued showing General Ferrera died in Houston. He faked his death. That's like for real. January 30th, 1989, a settlement was reached by Ferrera, trustee, and okay, here's where we get into some numbers and the New Zealand connection. This settlement called for an opening of a US dollar account in the Bank of New Zealand and a deposit of 320 billion Japanese yen. That's that original laundering that they needed to do, the 320 billion yen, plus an additional 20 billion yen for compensation of damages and all the trouble that Horn went to. This was Ferrera's like solution, the 5-star trust. He's like, here's how we'll pay Horn. We'll open these accounts. We'll get those yen dealt with. We'll get it all sorted out. It was creating this 5-star trust. And that's what we're getting summarized right now, right? Bank of New Zealand. Another account was opened in the Bank of New Zealand Precious Metals Department for U.S. Mortgage and Trust Bahamas for $12 billion in gold. $12 billion of gold. But wait, there's more. Former husband, Alice. Okay, the Rivlins are important. He was retained by Mr. Law Rivlin, a former retained attorney of FST, attorney at law, former husband of Alice Rivlin, former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve. We'll corroborate that in just a second. Credit Suisse is involved. We'll get a whole list of banks later. Here we go. Credit Suisse Zurich, which was the master account. Later, a loan was made to U.S. Mortgage and Trust Bahamas in the amount of $750 billion. That's almost $1 trillion to Marion Horn for a period of 30 years. I don't understand. I'm not smart enough to understand why and how all this is working. Plus, it's out of context here, but just like the size of what's going on here. Mr. Guy Rothschild mentioned again right there. And now right here, to represent the construction of a land bridge across Mexico, which they talk about in the letters we'll look at later. Supposedly, these funds came from the gold that was taken out of Russia. This is what broke the backs of the Russians in the Cold War, okay? Where does it say how much gold? It said how much gold. Maybe it's later that says how much gold. There was a lot of gold taken from Russia. Anyways, here's the New World Order group. It was agreed that there would be a tri-party agreement between Mr. Horn, Mr. Guy Rothschild, and Mr. Helms. So Horn, the front man, the Rothschild banking empire, and the CIA, wherein Mr. Horn would become the front man for the New World Order group. What? Bro, this is supposed to be real. That's like, okay? Primarily backed by the OECD, the Organization for Economic and Civil Development, I think it was, that we talked about a second ago. We'll talk about them again. Anyways. I'm really hoping I'm not skipping where it tells us how much precious metal they took from Russia, because they took a fucking lot of precious metal from Russia. Okay. They were going to split it third. Right here in this top paragraph, it says 1/3 to 5-Star Trust, 1/3 to Baron Guy Rothschild, 1/3 to the CIA. At some point here, the NSA and the CIA started fighting over the money, and they were like trying to cut each other out of this deal. There's all kinds of people involved and all kinds of names of people that are like too small for me to corroborate who they are, because they're just like lawyers and stuff and acquaintances. Here's the National Security Agency was primarily backing the Treasury. Warren Gross represented primarily the CIA. However, during the negotiations, Treasury personnel backed by the NSA decided to take control of all the funds and distribute them as they saw fit. The statement was the CIA would get none of the funds, so they were fucking, who knows what they're doing. Okay. A performance bond in the amount of 126 million was supposed to be put up in like there's all kinds of guys, what's going on here? BCCI comes up here. If you're familiar with any of Whitney Webb's work and reporting on BCCI in One Nation Under Blackmail, this was the bank that was responsible for a shitload of the money laundering through the 70s and actually, I guess the 80s, kind of, you know, through that era, 70s and 80s. It was closed down in 1991. That's one of the organizations that got fully exposed and is like, it's public knowledge that BCCI was a money laundering front, as opposed to all these other things that are still kind of like under wraps, kind of like what we were talking about with the airlines. Here's where they talk about BCCI and the Pakistani influence coming in there. The OECD keeps on coming up, this organization that was associated with the Rothschilds. It's important to note that the OECD was established in order to help administer the Marshall Plan. And the Marshall Plan was like kind of the brainchild of the Dulles brothers after World War II in order to help set up the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. So there's that. Everything is connected. Okay, bottom of the page here. Military in 2000. So they showed these accounts. They were reviewed and scanned by Mr. Bill Seawee of San Francisco, California in 2000, the year 2000. And he confirmed to Mr. Horn and Mr. Rivlin, who's married to the former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve, that there were over 300 accounts in Five Star Trust. And Marion Horn Jr. as the principal signature on all accounts named worldwide, that the amount in deposit was in excess of 10 digits in US dollars in these accounts. And they went back to 1942. So remember, the Five Star Trust accounts were made in 87, 89. But then the CIA started to attach all of their old black budget accounts underneath the umbrella of the Five Star Trust system so that they could all hide all their money in one place. Because if you think about it, like, over the years of covert operations, they had started all these clandestine covert operations all over the world in all these different places. And there's like money hidden in all these weird little foxholes. And during that time period, they realized that like, this is a huge problem. We need to figure out where all of our secret money is before we start losing it all. And so they decided it seems to be that they decided to use the Five Star Trust umbrella to organize all of their secret funds and accounts. Hence why they wind up with over 300 accounts, some of them dating all the way back to like World War II and stolen Nazi gold. And that's where we get our fucking sick as fucking sick logo for today, graphic for today that I made that I'm super hyped on. I just realized we still have our banner on. I just want to take a minute to look at how cool this graphic is. I love it. Cool. Anyways, just wanted to toot my own horn for a second there. Back to the comments. Okay. So we got lots of money, lots of accounts. Remember, 10 digits is $1 billion. So they're saying that 300 accounts with over $1 billion each in them. Do some math. The huge block of text. This is where he's just going crazy, summarizing all the crazy shit he's been through. But in the middle here, he talks about where, I'm just going to read from my notes, where they indict Horn before a federal grand jury for wire fraud. That was when Helms was like, I actually want to start funding this other operation, so we're going to just cancel on this Horn guy and send him to prison. That's what he's talking about here. They alleged the accounts did not exist and there was no money, and Horn was making it all up in order to scam purchase this real estate. And that's what started Horn compiling all of this. Went before a federal grand jury and obtained an indictment against Mr. Horn that he had committed wire fraud for issuing this draft and was attempting to steal the real estate from Dr. Tauber, even though the draft had been voided previously. So trust was not a legal entity. The 5-star trust was not a legal entity, they claimed. Assets in foreign bank accounts did not exist, and Mr. Horn was using this to scam money from individuals or companies. Mr. Horn was forced to accept a plea bargain at threat, insisting that he accepted his plea bargain under duress, is his claim. Alice Rivlin is mentioned again, so we'll look her up. This is Alice Rivlin. She's too small right there, but chair of the District of Columbia Financial Control Board, and she was the 16th vice chair of the Federal Reserve. And her husband have been up in these documents a whole bunch as people that Horn was using to corroborate his story. So in this set of documents, he's doing a bunch of like taking his documents and his story and all the evidence he has to various financial professionals and legal professionals and getting them to certify it, to look at it, to basically just collect as much evidence as he can. And that's how we wind up with this crazy document, which is pretty fucking cool for us if you think about it. Here he says the words brother Mason, and that's kind of neat. Check this out. Second paragraph from the bottom. Mr. Black, just some dude who's not like, he's not an important Mr. Black, but he's a Mr. Black who was supposedly representing Mr. Horn, was as his attorney, who was also his roommate in college, and also brother Mason was comprised by da. So just a little snippet I caught there that makes me think maybe Horn was a Mason, right? If his roommate in college was his brother Mason, does that mean that Horn is a Mason? And that might help explain why the CIA, like why he was in all these business circles and why the CIA went to him and was like, let's use this guy for like, right? Like that's just kind of like an association of secret society guy, helps lend credibility to the fact that he can keep a secret and be in the club. Maybe I'm just grasping at straws there. Here's our fucking medal. I knew it. Check this out. Oh my God. Okay. Here's some bank names. The attorney inserted into the agreement a list of partial bank accounts worldwide, reference to large deposits of silver in 5-star trust named at UBS, Bank of Singapore, Lloyds Bank London, UK, Ing Bank as well. The amount of precious metals on deposit was in excess of 60,000 metric tons of precious metals. Most of this metal came from the Philippines, South Africa. Russian estimate of about 750 billion US dollars in silver from Russia, and additional amounts from other parts of the world. That's almost $1 trillion of precious metal from Russia alone. Not to mention all of the other money and stuff that they have in these accounts. Just wanted to point that out. Like, we don't actually really get the scope of how big this is from any one place in these documents. It doesn't quite say it ever in one place. We just kind of have to piece it together. So there's Alice. Ernie Fletcher is a person. He is what they claim he is. He was a politician, governor of Kentucky. So I'm just, at this point, I'm just going through the document when I'm doing this research. I'm just like, is that person real? Like, can I corroborate that? Can I corroborate that? So Horn was asking the government not to like give away any information. He was just saying, please confirm that these accounts do exist so that I can not be charged with perjury and fraud and wire fraud and all this other shit, because he was going to prison, right? Back in '89. And his case was ongoing into the 2000s. He never really got out of limbo from what it sounds like. And then all the people he would bring in to help him, like tons of them were grifters. Some of them feel like they were controlled opposition and were trying to like get money from him, mislead him, like fuck his day up. It's like this whole crazy story. Like if you thought the Ferrera story was full of weird double crosses, the Marion Horn story is like all double crosses. And it's all smaller names that we can't even really research because it's just like some random dude from fucking Bahamas. We'll talk about the Bahamas guy in a second here. And the government was like, yeah. So Horn says, however, as I stated earlier, I'm not interested in causing the release of any information that will endanger the security and secrets of my country. But I do believe Justice Department, on one hand, cannot charge me with a crime that these accounts do not exist and never existed. And then on the other hand, They defend the executive branch and the CIA that the information would show that the Five Star Trust does exist. And so like, he's like, I'm being charged with these accounts not existing, and I'm saying they do exist, and the government needs to show that they exist. And the government's like, we can't show that they exist because that would breach national security. And he's like, so they obviously do exist. And they're like, well, no, they don't exist because that would breach national security. And so he's fucked, basically. And so you can see why we would make all these dossiers that we can now read for our viewing pleasure here. Credit Suisse was involved. Oh, a Russian banker close to Putin apparently acknowledged in writing the existence of the Five Star Trust. You'll notice in my notes I refer to it as 5ST and sometimes FST. Mr. Alexei Ostrukov, associated of Mr. Steiner, who lives in Moscow and a closely allied to Putin, KGB, now president of Russia, made formal statements of the existence and validation of Five Star Trust accounts worldwide, especially at Credit Suisse Bank, Zurich, Switzerland. So like you'll see throughout these documents that tons of people know about this Five Star Trust account. Presidents do, CIA directors do, financial officials do, bankers do. It's like a lot of people have interacted with these accounts. And if these accounts are what we're being shown that they are like, this is the fucking, like, hold up. What we are learning right now is that these accounts are hundreds of billions of dollars of drug money accounts for the US government's black programs. And if a banker in Russia knows about them, and all these bankers in New Zealand and Japan know about them, the presidents all know about them, Alice Rivklin from the fucking Federal Reserve knows about them, fucking Brother Mason Black knows about them. What world do we even live in, right? Like, if the whole world, all these other countries, executives and officials at all these other countries all know that this account exists, like, because I presume that some of these various bankers around the world have made payments into or out of these accounts. I presume that, like, for the Russia one is especially weird. Because, like, why is Russia and these KGB dudes, like, why do they have anything to do with this account? Aren't they supposed to be our enemies during the Cold War? Like, I'm so confused. Like, we're definitely not in the club. Because the whole club knows what's going on out here. Yep. So updated in 2005. It's behind my head right now. The court ruled in favor of the government, citing national security reasons, which pretty much validated Horn's claims and at the same time kept him fucked. The opinion is of my own thoughts and words regarding this ruling by the courts. I could appeal the decision, but that would only cause me more problems, and I've been advised to leave it alone if I wish to continue my life in a peaceful manner. Therefore, I will leave it to the future historians to right the wrongs of this injustice. We got you, Marion. Don't worry. Okay. Now this guy, Walter Moore. This is super confusing and weird, and I'm going to kind of skip a lot of it because it's like so weird. It doesn't even matter. But like, so Marion Horn is going through all this legal proceedings, right? And he's trying to prove that he's innocent. And while he's doing it, his case is that he has like hundreds of billions of dollars in this account. That if you help him prove it, then you've just made a friend that has hundreds of billions of dollars. So like, obviously some grifters are going to come grift, right? And it sounds like Walter Moore came to grift. In 2006, this dude shows up, Walter Moore. He claims he can help Horn access the funds and is authorized by the U.S. Treasury to move up to $2 billion. What? Maurice is a Bahamas ambassador to the UN. He's his brother, Maurice Moore, and apparently has direct contacts with the U.S. government, could arrange the settlement, also had verified existence of the payment. What? It's like all in this giant block of text. It's like, doesn't make any fucking sense. This dude's from the Bahamas and his brother is in the U.S. government and has connections that are going to help. And who the fuck is Walter Moore? And how does he know all these people in the government and can set up these meetings and all? Like, and then he just ghosted him completely halfway through this whole process. Horn seems to speculate in the second paragraph that people associated with the Bahamas government were sort of patsies. So there's deniability. So like the CIA was like getting Bahamas people to come try to help Horn sort things out. And Horn seems to be speculating that that was their way of trying to like sort it all out without admitting that the accounts existed. Because if any U.S. government official were to have anything to do with Horn, that would be like them admitting that the accounts do exist. And Horn would then document that, and then it would be on record as being proven that there were U.S. government officials acknowledging the accounts. So they went through all these Bahamas people that were kind of shifty. But I confirmed that this Moore dude is a real guy. This is Maurice Moore. That's what he looks like right there. Former parliamentarian and ambassador Maurice Moore. So he's the Bahamas ambassador to the UN. And that's what he looks like. And he has a couple brothers, and they're all shady, and they all tried to get up in this fucking money account. And then just Walter just ghosts in the middle of it all out of nowhere. Whole block of text. And they have this other brother, Herschel Moore. Doesn't make any sense. And now we got some photos. Where's my photo? There's my photos. So Marion Horn includes some photos. And maybe I should blow it up for you guys. We'll make it big. We'll make it big. So that photo right there, that is apparently Maurice Moore. Photos taken by Marion Horn, right? And that guy looks an awful lot like that guy, right? So the way I see it, we've just corroborated that Marion Horn is legitimately telling us the truth about this Maurice Moore guy and his homies. And he's like an ambassador from the Bahamas to the UN. And he's like coming all up in this fucking 5-star trust thing out of nowhere. Super weird. Seems kind of like, I don't know. He's got a photo of him and his brother and his homie. So it's just weird. It's so weird. And it just gets weirder and weirder the more research I did into it. Okay, now we're getting into the alleged documents. So this is the alleged notarized documents of registration of five-star trust in 1999 for the state of Kentucky. This is an affidavit describing the situation with Maurice Moore that Marion Horn made this statement under oath and got it notarized and stuff so that he could give a cease and desist to the Moore family, because they were all like, he had given them authorizations to make big bank transfers for him to like hopefully settle all this, and then they just started ghosting him and he got super sketched out. So he made this big affidavit to like cease and desist them just in case. And we're not really going to go into it, but yeah, payments of up to $5 billion authorized and stuff like that. This notary Grover N. Jones gets used all the time. I wasn't able to corroborate him. I did a bunch of looking through trying to find lists of all the notary publics in the state of Kentucky. And I'm not that smart. Did not find him. Okay, now we get to the president of Mexico. Here's a letter to the president of Mexico, President Salinas, who, if you didn't know, was a very corrupt human being. And you can do a lot of your own research into how, after he was done being president, and had a salary of $190,000 a year. Here, I'll make this bigger for you. So Salinas gets paid for his whole career. He gets paid $190,000 a year. And then after he's done being president, it just turns up with a bank account in Switzerland withdrawing $84 million from an account owned by his brother under an alias. And then suddenly his whole family has this huge network of bank accounts just full of millions of dollars. That's the kind of president of Mexico that Mr. Salinas is. And here's a letter. Make a little bigger. So in this section of the video, we have 70,000 people in here. Cheers, guys. I guess I'm on to water now. Cheers, friends. Maybe we'll get to 100,000 before I finish this long fucking stream. Okay. Yeah, that is being frugal. That's how Mr. Salinas got so fucking rich. Him and Nancy Pelosi are the kings and queens of being frugal. So in this later half of what we're about to do here, there's a lot of these old documents that are scanned in like this. And the important ones, I actually went through over the last couple of days and hand typed out word for word everything in them as much as I could read, because they're illegible to me, even with this massive monitor zoomed in as far as I can zoom, like illegible. And I'm kind of just like squinting and like kind of like zoning out, and you can kind of read it, but you guys are never going to be able to read it on stream. So when we get to those documents, I'll show you the document, but then I'll just read from my notes. This one is a little bit easier to read and it's not quite as important, but basically what we've got here is a letter to the president of Mexico, as per our agreement with General Roberto Ferrera and at the personal request of Baron Guy Rothschild. So Salinas is directly working with the 5-Star Trust people. Remember we talked about that land bridge over Mexico a little while ago that we were going to get back to? Now we're getting back to it. This was one of their first big like international aid development projects that they were going to fund with all this illegal drug money. It's their goal was to make a land bridge across the isthmus of, I forget what it's called. Maybe it'll say in here. It's like down in the bottom where Mexico comes together, and then it curves and then goes up to like the Yucatan up there. Right there where Mexico curves, it gets narrow, and that's the isthmus right there where they were trying to create like a land crossing for like goods and trade to like get off the boat, drive across Mexico, get back on a boat, drive, and then go away. This big economic project that they were trying to fund. So he's working with the Rothschilds and Mr. Ferrera and the 5-Star Trust team to fund this giant fucking land bridge. Our bank, the Algemeen Bank Netherlands, has joined with the Credit Suisse, Citicorp, Development Bank of Singapore, Netherlands, Bank of New Zealand, Bank International de Paris, Chase Bank International, Deutsche Bank, National Westminster Bank. So they're all in it. It's a big club. It was further decided at the meeting in 1st of September to make available the sum of $750 billion U.S. currency over 3 years to international investment and bank group. These funds are to carry a flat interest of 2.75% per annum for a 30-year period. Oh, that's what we saw earlier. $750 billion with a interest rate of 2.75% over a 30-year period. That was the $750 billion that came up just a second ago. Baron Rothschild has requested that the funds be deposited in the Rothschild Horn Bank, the Zurich Bank Limited, the Zurich Latin American. Transfer of same to the credit of U.S. Mortgage and Trust, that's Horn's company, a.k.a. Marion Horn, sole signator. We are making all this available to your excellency because it is the firm intention of Mr. Horn to use the majority of these funds to help third world nations with Mexico. Okay. So enter another fucking president involved in the scheme. Google Books. Okay. Then comes the photo. All right, guys, are you ready? We've waited 2 hours and 46 minutes, and we haven't seen a photo of General Ferrera yet, but now we will. Because Horn included one. And so I present to you the only confirmed photograph of General Ferrera. This is Marion Horn Jr., J.R. Horn, here in the green. And in the caption here, it says, picture of Marion Horn Jr. and Robert L. Ferrera, CIA retired deceased, ? Green jacket is Marion Horn Jr., General Ferrera on Mr. Horn's left. And for like 5 days when I first read this, I was not turning the picture around in my brain. And I was like, okay, one of these three guys is Mr. Ferrera, but that's not it. Flip it around. And if you're sitting there, this is General Ferrera right here. That's what he looks like. So hard motherfucker, huh? And then, as promised, here's the other photo from the Eagle Project from back in the OSS days. And you tell me, do any of them, I mean, it's just a Wikipedia photo of agents from the Eagle Project that Ferrera was a part of. If you're new to the stream right here, back in the OSS, this is our super secret spy here. And this is a project that he has the code name Eagle because he was like, loved this project. He was in this. And I mean, I look at it and it's like, if any of them are him, it's this guy, right? But I'm not super convinced. But like, check the nose, right? Check the nose. Check the nose. Just put some glasses on this old dude. Could be. But he's definitely not any of the other guys, right? So that's our sleuthing for the night. But anyways, he's real. He does exist, and there is a photo of him. And behind Horn is Aggie Home, former engineer with Bechtel Corp. That's relevant. Bill Clancy, and a bunch of other people we don't know. Groovy. Groovy, groovy. 72,000 homies in here. Y'all are the best. Dude, we got someone from New Zealand up in... Oh, that's in the local stream that already ended. Sorry, New Zealand. I kicked you out. Don't worry. We're about to get to the New Zealand banks right now. Okay, this is the letter. Here's our first letter that's important enough for me to type it all out, but you can see how even if we zoom in like as far as you can possibly zoom in, the maximum resolution is just not good enough, right? But you can kind of squint and you can read it, right? You feel what I'm saying? It's just not good enough for me to read it on stream, like without fucking everything up. So I typed it all out. It took a little while, but I typed it all out. And we're not going to read it all. But it's worth noting what's going on here. So it's written to Marion Horn via diplomatic pouch, United Nations. And bon ami Marion is the first words. And that's how you know it's coming from Baron Philippe Dudaphne, because he calls everyone bon ami, which is like my beloved, sort of. It's like my homie in French, kind of. So this is written in, remember, I was saying that in 1989 is when all this was going on. It was when everything was changing and everyone was writing letters to each other about how we're all good friends and it's going to be great and I'm going to give you the money. You're going to be good and I'm not backstabbing you. Don't worry. Everything's good. These are those letters. Okay. There's a couple of them written in 1989. And it's basically a summary of everything that's going to happen. So I'm going to read some of it and then we'll skip some of it and then we'll get going. Please forgive this most unorthodox method of having this delivered to you, but Richard Helms and I, with Guy Rothschild, in concurrence, feel that the urgency of this message and the expediency that ought be used constitutes a sufficient reason to this approach. As you know, bon ami, under all other circumstances, we would not let anything of this importance and confidentiality be delivered from us to you by any other than General Ferrera, with direct delivery from us to you. As I explained to you in my last communication, we have set up collection schedules prior to the latest one, and we have changed them mostly at the very last minute because everything was not perfectly balanced. I did inform you, JR, that all was in readiness. Oh, sorry. But that you should be prepared for the eventuality of a necessary delay. Well, bon ami, all three of your associates in this matter, Richard, Guy, and I, so that's Richard Helms, CIA, Guy Rothschild, head of the Rothschild bank empire, and I, are in complete agreement that we cannot move with your release until the final bridge is burned behind us. And that fire has now been set and the bridge is burning. So Horn is in like jail, essentially, being held for trying to falsely buy this thing and like and they all fucked him over and they're still trying to like use him as the front. And they're like, don't worry, we're going to pay you. We're going to let you out. And this is the letter saying like, you're all good. Just be patient. We're totally your homies. We didn't even double cross you. Don't worry about it. We're going to pay you. We're going to get you out. We're just burning a little bridge real quick. And we already started the fire. And as soon as that bridge is burnt and falls into the ocean, into the bay on top of a barge, we'll get moving. Liberal Democratic Party in Japan, Prime Minister Sasuke, a bunch of other stuff, DC, New Zealand, and Singapore. Okay. So what they're talking about here is the changing of the parties in Japan that was in power and how they were trying to called a special session of parliament, and Hashimoto will win routine approval. We have seen to that. So they're ensuring who's going to get elected in Japan and who's going to take over Japan. Because remember, it all started in Japan at Mitsui Bank. We must therefore put off your collection date in Washington, D.C. until after the August 8th date when the parties in Japan change hands. We cannot at this time, bon ami, give you the exact day and time of your collection, but we can say that it will be the very day following the naming by Parliament of our man. This must be so if we are to have full control in the future. We might break the news to you that you are going to collect it all at one time. That is DC, New Zealand, Singapore, etc., whatever. Okay. This guy is so poetic. He's such a fucking Frenchman. At this time, we have also decided to inform you of that will be taken, and yeah, typos, I don't know, that will be taken by all of us from this moment on. We are now all together in the proverbial lifeboat, all safe, and we must not capsize or we will drown. I, for one, detest swimming. So I must insist on the safety of the boat. You, JR, will serve as the wealthy investor, industrialist, etc., and the world bon vivant, with as much of a mysterious cover as we can establish for you. This will entail your accepting the plaudits of the public and press for your many projects that will help humanity and the free world. In plain French, bon ami, you will be the face of our little group with the world. So remember, their idea is they're selling drugs all over the world. They are laundering that drug money into the 5-star trust accounts. J.R. Horn is the face of those accounts. And this letter is describing to Horn how he's going to be like the CEO of those accounts. And he's promising all this control over how he's going to get to choose all the projects that they fund, like the project in Mexico they were writing that letter to Salinas about, which is really just international aid money laundering programs to whatever they need to do. And he has a little clause in here where he's like, you'll be in charge of all of them except for when we need to reject or approve a proposal, and then we'll just do that, but like otherwise it's totally you're in charge. The choice of projects shall be in your hands, except on those occasions when we need to accept or reject a project. Those instances will be at a minimum, of course. Baron Guy will smooth out any problems in your obtaining project loans from the top financial institutions in the world. The loans will be in these gold funds that we have liberated from Sununu, spelling, Armitage, spelling. The names are a little harder for me to be sure that I've quoted directly from the letter, because remember, what I'm reading looks like this, but it actually looks like this on a typewriter, and it's really blurry, right? Bon ami, you will form with our help and funds the International Bankers Trust Limited, which will be the roof over various banks that we are in the process of obtaining for U.S. Mortgage and Trust Limited, Bahamas. Amongst them, we have reserved for you 33% of the stock in the New Zealand bank, and that at present has your CD funds in trust for you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have arranged the government to approve the sports book wagering that we were talking about earlier. We had this granted to Jorge, blah, 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 the owner of the Racing Emporium in Mexico, Tijuana. This permit is issued. Pre-transferred ownership, then to Mexico City. This announcement, blah, blah, blah. Fucking money laundering is so complicated. I want you to send General Ferrera to Singapore because he's their Singapore connection, and take personal count of the gold bricks that have been added to your holdings since he was last there. There is being held for you gold in the amount of $75 billion in gold as of yesterday's second London close. So they're paying their front dude who's disposable, who they've just put in prison to try to cut out of the picture. They're just going to give him $75 billion of gold bricks. That's to give you a sense of how much wealth they have kicking around in these accounts. Okay. Here's another one. This is from a letter from Dudaphne to Robert Ferrera in 1988. Less than a year prior. So we're kind of jumping around a little bit. Bon ami, Robert. In response to your telephonic request past November, I'm most honored to report to you the following. It's a delicate matter. I've contacted the president of Mitsui Bank, as well as the chairman of said board of directors. ID number 4051109. Dude. See? Okay, you can't see. Okay, it's behind my... Okay, I get it. Okay. Okay, right here. No, come on. My little sticky note. Did I minimize? Oh, fuck. There it is. Where'd it go? Technical difficulties. 405-1100-92. That is in this fucking letter right there. 405. See? So we're just re-corroborating the same information across all these different sources that are like what? Are you faking a fucking fake letter with all this fake like typewriting and like, come on, bro. Fake signatures, fake stamps and seals, fake little dirty dust from that's not fake. Come on. 318 billion Japanese yen. There's that number again. So every different source we look at, all these different documents are all corroborating the same like details, like specific details. That's the kind of corroboration I look for to be like, holy shit, this is crazier than fiction. This is like this is actually real. Like, bro, hold the fucking phone for a second. Like, can we just pause real quick now that we've done enough of this? 75,000 of you have been here long enough with me to realize that like we're reading a real. So a lot of these investigations that we do are kind of like here nor there, and you're like talking about a little thing there, like a little corruption there. Like what we are talking about right now is literally like the name on the CIA money laundering accounts over the last 4 decades. It's like the allegation that's being made in this whole document is not that like, here's one little CIA operation that was operating this way. The allegation that's being made is that the director of the CIA, in collaboration with the president of the United States, in collaboration with world governments all around the world, and the Rothschild banking empire, all collectively got together and made a single umbrella of a trust company that they used to put all of their black money accounts underneath for their drug money, arms trafficking, whatever black budget programs they do. And all of them went under this trust called 5-Star Trust. The allegation is not that this is like a little thing over there. The allegation is that the entire U.S. government black budget money laundering operations were run through these trusts. And what we are seeing in these documents is the fucking over and over and over and over corroboration of things like the same bank account numbers with the same monetary values showing up in letters, showing up in fucking bank statements, showing up in court cases, like legal documents, signed like affidavits. And what that means is that like, you see what I'm saying? It's fucking wild. It's just so bizarre. And I think it's kind of old news at this point for the government, because I'm sure that they've like moved on to new forms of money laundering. We live in the digital age now. Like this is all out of date. And that's why I'm like, Gigi's probably not actually barking at the CIA coming to kill me. She's probably just barking at the wind, because like, yeah, we're maybe like 20 years late to the party, but still like the gravity of what these documents are is crazy. And there's plenty more that we're going to go through here. We're not done yet. We're at 3 hours. We got more to go. We're still climbing. We're going to get to 100,000 today, I swear. Share the stream. Talk it up. Tell your mom, tell your wives, tell your friends, tell your kids to get in here. Bring your dogs. And then at the end, there's actually another hook that I've like thrown out into the ocean for the next like that I'll show you at the end here, because this rabbit hole just keeps on going. No, that was not an invitation for you to get scared again. Here, come here. Come in. Come lay down. Yeah, scaredy cat girl. Here, you know what, guys? Give me 1 second in between this document and that one. I'm going to go turn on some lights so she can chill in the light. She gets scared in the dark. The poor girl. Yeah, later. Okay, in case you're just joining the stream, quickly check the shirt. Quickly peep the Epstein shirt. Yeah. If you want to get your own, you can go check out Ryan Dawson's website. ancreport.com. Support a homie. Support real journalism. Fuck Jeffrey Epstein. All right. Let's go, baby. On to the next. Dude, this is epic. We're going to hit 4 hours here. This is wild. Free speech and all over the place. I don't know how we're going to beat this next week. So this is a letter to General Ferrera from Baron Philippe du Daphne. Bon ami, Robert. There's our number. JPY, Prime Minister of Japan. So this is not like new information. This is just re-corroborating what we already learned, which is really important. Okay. I then proceeded to call my friend GS, which is George Shultz, the United States Secretary of State, which I corroborated. So in the letter, he just says GS, and I corroborated that George Shultz was the Secretary of State at the time of the writing of this letter. Little things like that. And under the utmost caution, he gave to me the information that the possible next president of the United States, Mr. George Bush, was the individual that could most acquaint me with the agreement made by both nations. This because George Bush was involved in the original fucking scheme way back in Project Eagle 2 in fucking Vietnam. Sorry, long night. Like, the president of the United States was one of the 4 masterminds of the original operation. And so naturally, George Shultz is like, you should probably ask Georgie Boy, because Georgie Boy kind of knows what's going on with that whole operation. The secretary further cautioned me to be most careful, for many persons had perished who were associated with the matter. The secretary called Mr. Bush, and I have been informed by him that upon his taking the oath of office, not if, there's a special little place in here where it literally says, when Mr. Bush takes the oath of office, not if, he's going to win. He will personally meet with you and give carte blanche to your concluding of this matter, but not before. Please call me, my dear bon ami. So, once again, Bush is going to become the president. And in this letter, 1988, he's like, Baron de Daphne's like, and when Bush becomes the president, homeboy, Ferrera, Bush is going to call you and he'd be like, yo, homie, you know how we did that Eagle 2 thing? Well, it's time for you to come in and like carte blanche and wrap that shit up for us, okay? Like, these things are not accidents. Who is getting put in these positions? The implications of this letter related to Bush Sr. are huge. They imply that he was selected to be president and the powers that be had achieved certainty of his victory before the election. And it also implies that his election had at least some bit to do with his knowledge and ability to unwind this whole Eagle 2 issue at the time, relating to all these secret accounts and liberated assets and monies and metals, right? Because you think about it, like what we're saying, the Rothschild banking empire, the most powerful banking empire in the world, is in on this plan. The CIA, the most powerful intelligence operation in the world, the U.S. government, like the whole world power system is in on this Eagle 2 plan. And so if they need to wind it down, that's a big deal. And they need to put a U.S. president in who's in the know so that nothing goes wrong. No questions get asked. They got to like take it seriously. And so, ta-da, George Bush, take a quick turn at the presidency and wind that shit down for us, please. You're welcome. Fun fact, if you didn't know, is it still open there? Actually, it's probably not a good notes for me to go to. I was doing some notes on another topic, and I discovered that, you know how George Bush, actually, this is George Bush Jr., not George Bush Sr., but you know how George Bush and John Kerry were in Skull and Bones at the exact same time? Fun fact, Stephen Schwarzman, the founder of Blackstone Group, not BlackRock, but Blackstone, you know, the one that BlackRock spun out of, Stephen Schwarzman was in Skull and Bones at the exact same time as George Bush and John Kerry. Just a fun fact, if you were wondering. Okay. On to the next. Credit Suisse, main branch bank, another totally not fake little document. Registration of 5-star trust to U.S. Mortgage and Trust Co. with Credit Suisse. Rest in peace, Credit Suisse. Shouldn't have fucking been trading with Archegos, and maybe you'd still be around today. Got Bill hanged, baby. Should have gone long on GameStop. And maybe we wouldn't be laughing at you right now. He estimated amount in 5-star trust account at Credit Suisse is 1.6 trillion US dollars. Just in that one account for 5-star, just at Credit Suisse. Okay, another long letter to Marion Horn Jr. from Baron Philippe Dudaphne. Baron Philippe Dudaphne loves to write. He loves to hear his own voice. You can just imagine from the way he writes too, can't you? All right. Here's my note. Holy shit, Ed Kennedy was investigating them. Yes, this is such an important letter. And then they found out. Okay, boom, 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 sick. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Whew. Can I make this so you can all see it? Dear sir, please forgive my audacity and perhaps my strong desire for total security in this matter, but Le Baron is convinced that you strongly share my sentiments. I do not, under any circumstances whatsoever, wish to give the impression that I do not trust General Ferrera by my sending these documents under the security of the seal. On the contrary, I trust the general with my life, and his honor and his word have always been accepted. I fucking love General Ferrera, you get it? Okay. I say this to erase any doubt that might appear as to my very strong positive feelings towards the general. As you read that which Richard and I have enclosed, you will understand the reasons for security. So he like sent a letter. General Ferrera delivered it, but it was under seal. Like, don't read it, General. But it's like, he's like, bro, trust me. It's like really important. Like, it's really important. So what's so important for Marion Horn to read? Bon ami, JR. Both Mr. Helms and I are of the opinion that the documentation enclosed should be shared with you. So we have taken the liberty to send you the copies you now possess. The original is in our Paris vault. There are no other copies, and we strongly insist that there are not any more made. You understand, bon ami. Richard and I have known for a long time now that certain elements have desired to bring us down. And we have had a rather definitive idea as to the identities of those persons. But even with all that, we were both astounded when we learned that Senator Edward Kennedy had requested a top secret report on our project. That's the fucking FBI report that we just read for 2 hours. That's what it is. And they're freaking out because Ed Kennedy asked for it to get written. And this is written in this fucking letter right here on July 18th, 1989. Bruh. Corroboration is what I call it. Okay. We were further shocked when we saw also a complete dossier, well, almost complete, on General Ferrera. We have come by these documents by having one of our covert agents, quote, liberate the documentation from the vault in the home of Senator Kennedy. They literally fucking went into Senator Kennedy's house and stole the fucking documents. And we have also had all tapes and copies at the FBI destroyed. Remember how the FBI was like, all these documents just disappeared. I don't know how. The senator cannot report the borrowing because he would then have to divulge his own covert operations against President Bush. Because remember, President Bush is on this team. And Ed Kennedy was investigating them. No, bon ami. This is one of those operations when all must remain silent. We cannot and will not help the general in his financial problems. So he's kind of cut off because he was off helping Marion Horn at this point. This is one of those operations when for to do so would endanger Studebaker, the name of like their whole, that's like the OG name of the operation back from the Eagle 2 days. I assume, we don't really know, but I assume Studebaker is like the whole operation. I think maybe it's just the money side of it. It's hard to say. Guys, we're about to hit 80,000 in here. We're at 79,039. We're about to hit 80,000 nerds online at like 9 in the night, 11, 1 in the morning on a fucking Friday night, literally reading CIA documents. Y'all are the fucking shit. I love you guys. Okay. And that we shall never do. For those funds and the others in all question will help save this earth. That's how they see themselves. They're literally smuggling drugs. They're selling heroin to Vietnam veterans. They're fucking smuggling crack cocaine into fucking LA so that they can help save this earth. That's how they see it, because they're going to use all that money to build a fucking really nice highway in Mexico with their buddy's construction company, bruh. All right? Just fucking back off the heroes. We are trying to meet, and I put this in all caps because it's literally in all caps in his letter. We are trying to meet our stated deadline for clearing of the 24/25th of July. But if we cannot, we do not want you to worry, bon ami, for the delay will only be short, if any. We shall meet most shortly, Richard, you and your friend. Okay. That's the end of that letter. But just real quick, like, bro, that is why this letter, this fucking FBI report from Teddy Boy exists, right? Full circle. So if you're new to the stream, we spent the whole first 2 hours reading this crazy FBI report that Senator Ted Kennedy ordered in 1989 in July from his buddy at the FBI. He's like, hey, can you do all the research you can about this like Jason Bourne-like dude named General Ferrera? He's a mystery. And the dude puts together this crazy ass report about like drug smuggling and FBI or CIA money laundering, and literally about General Ferrera cutting the balls off of Manuel Noriega and stuffing them down his mouth and making him choke on his own nutters. I think it's on the next page. Like, right. Yeah. Like all this FBI report, they're over here. The home team, the heroes of the story, are over here freaking out because Kennedy is investigating them, writing this crazy report. And so they send some dude into his house to go steal it. That's fucking crazy. This is real. It's like a real document. This is like, you could not write a spy story that's more fucked up than this. Like, holy shit. Okay, next page. It's a list of just a few 20 banks that are involved. I see Deutsche Bank. I see Société Générale in Paris. Banque Nationale de Paris. How's my French? Dresdner Bank, Frankfurt, Germany. Citicorp, Barclays. Union Bank of Switzerland. Bank of America. Credit Suisse. Chase Manhattan. Chemical Banking Corp. Swiss Bank. Royal Bank of Scotland. Another letter. Letter of General Ferrera, 1989. Oh, yes. Assistant Secretary of Defense, outlining connections to a Golden Triangle construction company in the Far East and the use of five-star trust funds around the world for various matters. This one's interesting. They speak about entering phase 2 in May of 1989, where the Golden Triangle operation will be fully closed down, and then they will release all the funds held in New Zealand and DC. So this is all 1989 is when they've been doing all this old shit, Golden Triangle and stuff. We're at 80,000 guys. You're the best. And then the Horn thing happens, and Marion Horn's like, they try to send him away to prison, and then he gets out, and then he's like a fucking problem, and they're like trying to pay him off. In 1989, the funds are locked in New Zealand. Marion Horn is locked in jail, trying to prove that these accounts really exist. And they're like, chill the fuck out and stop making noise, bro. We'll pay you. And like, Japan is trying to change their fucking government, and they're trying to install their dude so that no one's going to ask any questions. It's like, oh, all very complicated. They got in way over their heads. And they're talking about moving to phase 2 of the operation. Once that's all done, the funds come out of New Zealand, start going around the world to fund all their really great projects. Paragraph 2, Prime Minister of Japan resigning. Some epic spy novel shit about how badass the general is. Yeah, we should probably read that. Let's make this bigger. In closing, General, I feel that I can be fully candid in what I write, for I know that the contents of this letter will never be released. Gotcha, bitch. And in that spirit, I wish to state that it has been a total honor for me to finally meet the elusive and mysterious general, once codenamed Eagle. So he's just literally fanboying over General Ferrera right now. I can inform you that even as this is being sent, there are many in Washington trying to identify the general. I have met you, and I still do not know who you are. On the other side of the coin, sir, I cannot understand how you, in your position, could take leave of your duties to devote yourself to the business of a private citizen. We know that you are not being paid, and yet your loyalties appear to be primarily with 5 Star and Mr. Horn. Perhaps one day we can discuss this, if both of us survive. We are on opposite sides of the coin, General, but I respect you, and I pray the feeling is returned. Your word is acceptable to all, as I hope mine is to you. In that spirit, I wish to warn you that there are certain elements that feel you have stepped in on their toes, as well as those who do not want to see Mr. Horn or 5 Star collect their funds, and thus claim them for their own use. Mr. Horn of 5 Star, these elements have offered a great deal of money for you, General, for without you, they feel they can win. Beware of the friends of your Mr. Horn, who are no longer within his inner circle, and beware of those in the Bureau that feel you have embarrassed the service. I, for my part, must help to keep you safe, for without you, Mr. B, Mr. H, and myself are left in limbo. Real quick, who is Mr. B and who is Mr. H? That would be Mr. George Bush, the president, and Mr. Helms, the ex-director of the CIA, and myself, Richard Armitage, the fucking gopher. Remember the gopher? George Bush's little bisexual gopher boy who had his little gopher buddy, Mr. Sununu. We'll meet Mr. Sununu in a second here. He's writing this letter. And he's fangirling over the fucking general like a Taylor Swift concert. And he's talking about how he's so clever coding. Mr. B. Who's that? How they're fucked if the general goes down. Finally, steps have been taken to wipe out any reference to Mr. Horn from any international publications, as well as any complaints, etc., with any government agency. Well, gotcha, bitch. You didn't wipe this out. Another letter. This one's long, too. This one is from subject, New Broom and Studebaker. Those are their 2 operational code names. To General Ferrera from Philippe Dudaphne, my very valued friend. He didn't say bon ami this time. Oh, sorry. This letter is from Jean Larocque. A personal message from Admiral Jean R. Larocque. It's an interesting letter. It's super long. I'm not going to read it all. It's like a long summary of where things stood at the time, and it was written. I don't know. Maybe it says at the bottom, but it's an exhibit in Horn v. Bush et al. The case, the civil case, the very start of this whole document, the civil case that was brought in like the year 2000. So this was entered as evidence into that civil case. And it's a really interesting summary, actually. I just don't want to take the time and vocal stress to read the whole thing. But he kind of details how this is like when Horn had been burnt and they were trying to cut him out, and Ferrera had already undertaken action to assist him, and everyone was kind of like, Ferrera, what the fuck are you doing? But they couldn't like actually go against Ferrera because Ferrera's too damn good at this shit. So they're all kind of not sure what to do about it. And they're all like writing letters to Ferrera and Horn trying to be really fucking nice because they were screwed. And here's a neat part. I have a direct quote here. Quote, if any part or all of this report ever comes to the fore, we will disavow any knowledge of it and put forth the illegible effort. I think the same effort that we instituted with the Iran-Contra North affair. So see how well that fucking turned out, guys. Here we are reading it. Maybe you can put out the same effort as you did with the Iran-Contra North affair, guys. Here he's talking about what happened with the witnesses in Japan that helped witness the original signature of the CD that we're supposed to make sure it was legit, and how they all died mysteriously. Quote, it is most fortunate that these statements were given, for since this affair was attempted, all save one have taken their lives in one form or another, in keeping with the Japanese tradition of dishonor. How fortunate. Quote, when Mr. Horn, through various and sundry means, attempted to collect on this fraudulent instrument, which he felt that he was to purchase, all documentation in his possession was taken as evidence. That documentation was destroyed in a subsequent fire at CID headquarters in Singapore. This was a most fortunate happenance. For thus, Mr. Horn can never be accused by anyone of being a co-conspirator in this fraud. Just a lot of very convenient coincidences, like people dying and buildings burning down with evidence in them, all sorts of stuff. So here they corroborate what came out in the FBI file we read earlier about how Ferrera was the one that proposed the whole solution. It says when you persisted in following this up, and then and then propose the solution, they were like, sweet, good idea. Quote, for if there is one American whose word is accepted worldwide, it is you. I remember during Vietnam, when you used the allies of Colonel David Hackworth, how your true self came across. No punches pulled, only the bottom line. I personally pray that I am in error in this judgment and that you are being questioned, for you do not deserve it under any circumstances. Everyone wants to suck General Ferrera's dinger. He's so fucking cool. G.K. Lee, who is associated with J.R. Horn in the same way Dr. Lee was in some way involved with the Japanese. That doesn't seem super important. Quote, it was understood that the broom would sweep clean in 5 total attempts. Here's some code word shit. So Operation New Broom and Operation Studebaker were their names for like the original operation thing, like their money laundering thing. And so this is direct language from the document here that's too weird to read. Quote, it was understood that the broom would sweep clean in 5 total attempts due to the vast amount of dirt to be swept. The first was concluded, and that portion belonging to Mr. Horn's company was deposited for safekeeping with his Studebaker funds, but in this instance, in the form of gold rather than yen. So apparently their money laundering scheme is like a rinse and repeat sort of a thing, which makes sense. And they just have a fucking lot of funds to sweep. Further, in the second paragraph, he says that multiple times that this payment of gold went through the New Zealand bank. We're going to get to statements from the New Zealand bank here in just a minute. If any of you are following along on the documents themselves, which you can find right here, archive.org/details/5-star trust, you can download all these documents yourself right there. It's like a 94-page document, currently on page 50. So we're like, I mean, we already read the whole FBI file, so we're doing pretty good. We're only at 3.5 hours long here. I haven't peed yet. I think we're going to make it. So that's where you find the documents. I'm going to go back to hanging out with your guys' comments. Someone's accusing Barbara Bush of being a man. Oh, 2024, you be crazy. Okay. Top paragraph here. Sounds like Ferrera was promised 25% of this first phase of New Broom Studebaker, and then Sununu diverted his gold with intent to steal it for himself. And that might be the reason for this whole letter and Ferrera's break from the plan. So, like, people are trying to double-cross Ferrera, and that's not a smart move. Sounds like Horn was getting uppity over this discrepancy relating to funds intended for Ferrera, and maybe I'm misinterpreting. Sununu tried to steal some funds from someone. He's a piece of shit. And either way, this letter seems like it's so detailed because they're trying to massage and convince Ferrera to take action to calm Horn down and to keep Horn from taking any more actions that would jeopardize the whole operation, because Horn was freaking out. Horn was getting nosy. Ferrera was getting guys, and they're like, oh, Ferrera, please go calm that motherfucker down. We're all like, we're just trying to not like, just don't talk about it. It's going to be fine. Him and those people are, quote, he further goes on to imply that Horn has gathered help around him, and those people are trying to be, quote, little Napoleons, and convince Horn to go up against the operation, presumably to get their cut of the action, which is, you know, that he was getting surrounded by a bunch of fucking grifters. D'Amelio Jr. are 2 names given for these people. No one cares. I want to show you Sununu. Where's Sununu? Sununu. Where are you? I have a picture of Sununu. James Baker. John Sununu. He looks like a bitch too. Look at this guy. This is Mr. Sununu. He is theoretically the kind of like shiesty weasel that's trying to take everyone's money and like wiggle his way in here. And he's also apparently the secret gay lover of Mr. Armitage, the gopher. That's how Sununu got involved in here. His name is really memorable, though. Okay. We're almost through this whole part. Oh, no, we're not. Yeah, we are. We did that. Oh, I just skipped our notes here. Letter written by Armitage. So this long letter by Jean R. Larocque that we've been reading right now, that I've just been kind of skimming through. I didn't show you. Jean Larocque is this guy. He was a rear admiral in the U.S. Navy. Worked at the Center for Defense Information. I don't really know how he got involved. This whole fucking 5-star trust keeps on getting like people all over the world involved in it, when it is overtly like if you know what this account is, you know that the entire world is a lie, and the U.S. government is literally smuggling hundreds of billions of dollars of drugs in and out of every country all over the world. Like, come on, bro. And this random Gene dude is also in on it. Everyone's in on it, except for you. But now you are. Okay, and then that's the end of the letter. Finally, at the top here, it's implied that Sununu put out a contract on Mr. Wolfley, maybe a kill contract, to close the accounts and transfer the funds, and they intend to double cross Sununu. Double crossers all over the place, all fucking over the place. Okay, we're actually doing pretty good here, guys. We're gonna wrap it up before 4 hours long, I think. So on to more modern documents, because remember, this whole dossier of documents was compiled in, I think, 2008, and he's got all this historical documents and he's got all this more modern documents. This is just a letter. Oh, here's where they're threatening George H.W. Bush, low key. It's this dude who's like, you can see here, he's like, remember who I am? I know you, Mr. Bush. But what he's doing is he's like a lawyer who got associated with Mr. Horn. His name is Mark Conrad. And he's writing this letter to Bush being like, yo, I'm like writing you on behalf of that dude, Marion Horn, who you like kind of like fucked over in the midst of your drug smuggling operation back in the day. And like, it'd be great if we didn't need to make a big deal out of it and you could just kind of like pay him a little bit under the table and like we could all forget it ever happened. Because it'd be a real bummer if we couldn't forget that it ever happened, George, right? That's pretty much what this letter is, which honestly takes balls. Like, fucking, maybe Mark didn't realize what he was writing when he wrote it, but it's kind of ballsy if you think about it. Here's just another bank statement. This one is fax transmission NMB. Is this New Zealand? Singapore? Bank in Singapore with a note on it about J.R. Horn that is hard to read. And it's just got $1 billion in that account, $1.25 billion in that account. Oh, yeah. And then here, 725,342 gold bars of 12.5 kilogram weight. Rothschild hallmark, super pure. I don't know much about gold, but 725,000 bars of gold sounds like a lot of gold, bro. Like, goddamn. Can anyone do some math in the comments for me? I mean, I do have a fucking internet browser here right now. How much is 725,000 gold bars worth? 12.5 kilograms, right? Is that what they were? 12.5 carat weight, not kilograms. Whoa, what? Bro. 12.5. Oh, okay. 12.5 kilogram carat. Its fineness is 99.999. Dimensions 12.5 kg. So it probably is 12.5 kg if that's a dimension that they talk about, right? 12.5 kilo. $100,000 for one of them? Bro. I mean, let's be real. This is not enough research to like roll with, but we're going to roll with it. If each of those is worth 100,000, that's a lot of zeros you're adding in there, right? I mean, it's late. Let me just not have to think too hard here, times 100,000, it literally doesn't even fit in my calculator. That's $72.5 billion worth of gold. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not that smart, but okay. Cool, bro. Fucking cool. Anyways. Here's the original. Okay. Remember how this all started at Mitsui Bank and Trust in Japan with the fake certificate of deposit for the billion yen or 318 billion yen. And it was like they erased all records of it having happened. Well, this is a copy of that original certificate of deposit. And you can see right there, 318 billion Japanese yen. And a bunch of other shit that we don't know what it means. But that's what that is. And then that's what this is. Dated August 1st, 1977. Validation of certificate of deposit. So that's the original validation of it. Pretty legit, right? Looks like a lot of corroborating evidence to me. And now another letter. John McElroy, who worked for the Assistant Secretary of Defense, was assigned to be Ferrera's direct contact in regards to Studebaker. He will be representing the White House, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, and CIA. References Secretary of State Baker, John Baker. So, yeah, everyone fucking knows. I've been instructed by Secretary of State Baker to inform you that it is the unanimous decision of the above named offices and that of the Chief of Staff, Mr. Sununu, for the Oval Office, that the matter of concern to all, Studebaker, be finalized immediately. Everyone knows about Studebaker. The entire Bush administration knew about Studebaker. Not to mention all the other administrations. This office, in full representation of the Oval Office, the president, has been in direct communication with Lord Sir Walter Duke, the Director General of the Bank of New Zealand, the bank where all of these funds are locked up back in 1989. Upon clearance from the government of Japan, which will be given upon the termination of the visit of President Bush to that area, all parties they all knew. Studebaker, they all knew. Fucking government. Okay, yeah, that's where I ID'd Sununu. Horn's payout was set to be 300 billion yen and the forfeiture of all right to future legal action towards any parties involved. And everyone agreed on those terms. He was also received that extra 20 billion yen. So again, it's just another letter with the same exact numbers again, reconfirming what we already read. It's like, it's fucking real. End of the letter, again, confirming that Horn was starting to make waves and bring in help, and that help was getting nosy and posing threats of leaks that were freaking everyone out, which is probably what motivated everyone to take this action to pay off Horn, close it out quietly as their primary condition, that all inquiries had to stop fully and immediately. That's all they were wanted. Signed by John McElroy and accepted by Robert Ferrera. So everyone's writing Ferrera, being like, Ferrera, shut this dude up, please. I mean, like, I know he's your, like, get him to fucking stop. And Ferrera's like, I don't know, fucking pay me. Okay. Letter from the director of the IRS confirming that they got tax-exempt status on the entire 5-star trust fund account for the year of 1989. The old IRS knew about all this illegal fucking drug money, and they gave them tax-exempt status. For real. Right there. Tax exemption request, 5-star trust, appeal review. They didn't give them all. It was like, I think it was only on income related. Honestly, it was only on part of it, but still, the fucking IRS knew. This list includes a list of secondary beneficiaries, all these names, and actually their social security numbers of all of Marion Horn's homies and relatives. So maybe I shouldn't put that on stream. And a letter, Major General Ferrera, Marion Horn. New Zealand. Yeah. Signed by Jason H. Mam, Special Affairs Director. This appears to be the transfer of ownership of five-star trust accounts from Ferrera to Horn that was agreed to take place after the Studebaker Manor was concluded. So, you know, when Horn was in jail in 1989 and everyone was writing him nice letters and trying to get Ferrera to like go and tell like the people in Singapore to like do that and go to New Zealand, release the funds. Like once that's all done, just a minute, Marion, then we'll let you go. We'll give you all the money. It's like during that whole clusterfuck of letters, all sucking each other's dicks about how it's going to be fine. This is the letter. It appears to be the letter, the transfer of ownership from the Bank of New Zealand, right? Let this letter serve as your complete authority to withdraw or transfer the monies or deposits to any bank you so desire, because the whole thing had been in Ferrera's name at first, and they were going to transfer it to Horn's name when they were all waiting in like limbo, right? So to whom it may concern, Ferrera do hereby confirm unconditional and irrevocable that the monies on deposit at the Bank of New Zealand, Wellington, five-star trust, aka J. Horn, further state and confirm that the monies on deposit at Credit Suisse, $1 billion are the funds of J.R. Horn, U.S. Mortgage and Trust, and he has complete authority to do whatever he wishes with these funds. So this is his payoff that apparently went through, I guess. But like the way the story played out, doesn't seem like he got paid. Seems like he kept throwing him fit. So I don't know, maybe his legal troubles kept going. 1989, Bank of New Zealand informs Ferrera that they have the funds for FST in their account and will release them to him accompanied by Horn once they receive the approval of Prime Minister of Japan. So it's just a bunch of like documents that he saved. They don't tell us a bunch of new stuff. They're just like Bank of New Zealand, signed by Lindsay Pine. Here I double checked. See, I'm like boom, boom, boom. Here's a thing from the Bank of New Zealand. Okay, signed by Lindsay Pine, Chief Executive Officer, Bank of New Zealand. I bet I can find him. Lo and behold, I can find him. He's this motherfucker right here. And that is also this motherfucker right here. He looks a lot better in this photo than in this photo. In this photo, he looks like a bitch. Look at that guy. He looks like he'd be the CEO of a bank, doesn't he? So anyways, that's a real guy. This is like a look back article. Board of Directors, 1990. BNZ's Board of Directors, 1992. This was 1989, year before. Deal. I think Japan has weird typewriters. You notice how the typewriters from some of these letters are like in this weird fucking script? I think it's Japan trying to be clever, right? Toshiro Katsumoto, Mr. Katsumoto. Another confirmation from Mitsui confirming the original CD and the involvement of Singapore in the U.S. Matters must be concluded with most rapid haste. Skip forward to 2008, and Horn is calling a board meeting for Five Star Trust. So it seems that he wasn't fully cut out, or maybe Five Star Trust was. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know. And that's where I'm about to give you guys the hook on the next part of the story. It's about to get weird. But anyways, he has this board meeting, signed some stuff, has some notary publics on some things, copy of his passport. April of 1999, there were over $200 billion in Westminster Bank, London, in a five-star trust account. Just hundreds of billions of dollars just sitting around in random accounts. Like, bro. It's like such a weird fucking story. Hundreds of billions. Like, you realize that? It's like, anyways, the amount of stuff that you could do with $100 billion, even today with inflation. And then the very end of the whole thing, the last page, the whole cache of documents that we just reviewed, all of that is notarized. In witness hereof, I hereby attest, affirm, and acknowledge this documentation as resume of history and legal case of Five Star Trust by affixing legal signature, Mr. Marion Horn Jr., who identified himself by proper identification on this 17th day of February 2011. Mr. Benny R. Lane, Notary Public at Large, State of Ohio, USA. sealed. So that's the 5-star trust. And it's very much a real thing. And these documents don't actually indicate that it ever ended. Like, they don't indicate that it closed. They don't give any indication of that, right? Like, am I wrong? I mean, I'm no expert, but so that's where we stand today. Fucking crazy story thus far. Robert Ferrera faked his death and is theoretically living in Mexico or, somewhere right now. He's old by now. Marion Horn is old. This is Marion Horn right now. He had a Twitter account in 2019, posted a few photos, a few completely nonsensical tweets, like with just his name and shit. Who knows? He literally says executive trustee of 5-Star Trust on his Twitter account that's defunct now. That's that. Bush died, raised an evil child. Lansdale lost all of his memory, died. Colby, fucking psychopath. I think died. Yep. Good riddance. Armitage. Not dead yet. The gopher's still living. So the gopher is the sole survivor, and maybe General Ferrera, the sole survivors of the original 5. Because Helms died 2002. Old men. And of course, the Dulles brothers died. So, we're in a whole new generation of CIA scumbags these days. But now, the hook. All right. So the other day when I was doing all this research and I was kind of like circling the wagons, and I just finished reading the 5-Star Trust documents, and I was like, kind of still wanted more corroboration. I wanted more and I kept looking, and I looked some more, and I found something. And I don't remember how. I'm not going to search the way I found it right now. I'm just going to search how I know to find it again. But the Crime of the Century PDF archive, maybe. I think I was searching direct blocks of text out of those documents, because often if you want to find, I was trying to corroborate a letter. I think I was trying to get a version of some of those letters that were super hard to read into a format that was easy to read, that was normal text in a Google document or a Google book or something that I could copy and paste, that I wouldn't have to translate for the fucking whatever. And I think it was in copying whole sentences of text over that I found this thing called the Crime of the Century, I think is what I'm actually here for. Maybe I'm about to click on the wrong Crime of the Century right now. And it led me, it's the wrong Crime of the Century. It led me to this book. I'm about to blow this dude up. Dirty Laundry. I think actually I have the book that I'm referring to. So there's this whole other book that this guy wrote that I find in association with everything we just talked about. And the book opens. How did I not copy that first page of the book into here? There was a place earlier where I was I skipped past to Google Books. Maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe I'm just losing my marbles. There's my Google Books. Is that the right book? No, but this book is related. And anyways, So I found this book called Dirty Laundry: How I Stole Billions in CIA Drug Money, Almost. The Crime of the Century, and Your Government is Committing It. Top secret government documents, affidavits, confidential letters, CIA admissions, CIA controlled bank accounts. Okay. So let me see if I can find you the first pages. Dirty. Oh, that's not the right fucking page. Minimize. Dirty Laundry. I can't type. Peelock preview. And so this dude writes this book. And in the first, can we preview it? Try it now. Damn it. Preview unavailable. I found in archive.org like an excerpt from this book, and he claims, so this guy was like, he ran a bunch of companies, and somehow or other he wound up in prison at one point for like something that went wrong with one of his companies or something. And he claims in this book, I think, that I'm ordering right now, I'm waiting for it to come, that he winds up in prison in the like, and his cellmate is Marion Horn, the main character of the whole fucking story. He claims, so the first chapter of the book apparently is titled How I Met the Richest Man in the World. Because Marion Horn, you know, is the guy that technically owns Five Star Trust and is like, has hundreds of billions of CIA drug dollars in all these fucking accounts. And he's apparently in prison with Marion Horn. And Marion Horn is old and fucking tired and he's over it. And he's like, bro, do you want to hear a crazy story? And so apparently this dude got the inside scoop from Marion Horn and then probably helped him to, like, I would assume this guy has something to do with all these documents we just went through being on the internet. And he wrote this whole book that apparently didn't get enough press because it's a big deal and none of us have ever heard about it. And so there's like this whole other rabbit hole out there of like, what does this dude know? And why didn't his book sell anywhere? And is he still alive? And I found him on Twitter and I messaged him, and he hasn't been active on Twitter in a couple of years, but I'm hoping I can get a hold of him and like be like, yo, dude, you want to come and hang out on Free Speech Fridays and talk to me? Because that would be a fun free speech. Wouldn't that be a fun Free Speech Fridays to get the dude that apparently was in prison with Marion Horn, that apparently did the whole deep dive on this thing, that like, bruh, come and talk to us. We got some shit to ask you. What's going on? What is real anymore, dude? So that is the whole rabbit hole. That is the story. That is the Five Star Trust. And we got 10 minutes to kill before we hit the official 4-hour mark and my bladder explodes. You are all absolute legends. We are currently, so across all platforms right now, across YouTube, X, and Rumble, we are currently at 89,000 viewers right now. That's nuts. At middle of the night on a Friday night, just free speeching with the boys and the girls and the dogs and the dudes. That's crazy, dude. Man. So if you got any comments, if you got any questions, drop them in the chat right now. No, Teddy Grams, you are a legend. This is something we all do together. Because, I mean, sure, I put in work and time to make these things. I put in research and all that. But, like, if it wasn't for you guys consuming the content, commenting, sharing, like it sounds corny, but, like, if we weren't collectively interested, there would be no platform for people like me to do this. And so, like, it's like we do this together as a culture, as a society, all getting interested in what's actually going on. And for me, what it was like, I used to play a lot of video games, and no shade on people that play video games. Video games are cool. But like, I guess I was prescribed Adderall when I was younger. And at that point, video games were not stimulating enough. And I started to like want to like do brain things to like not be bored. And I mean, I quit that shit ages ago, thank God, because that's poison. But like that concept stayed with me of like not being entertained enough by entertainment, and instead like wanting to learn for entertainment. And I don't know. I just feel like the more that because we get fed this shit, like we get fed entertainment intentionally to stop us from doing things like this with our time. Like the whole point of like pro sports and of video games and of movies and of all these fucking distractions is to keep you sedated and to keep you from reading books and fucking FBI reports and doing research and learning what the fuck these rich people are actually doing to control the world and fucking sell sex and kids and shit. Like, and so I don't know. I just feel like super stoked that we live in a world now where finally there's like a platform for people like me to do this, because enough of us are interested in what's actually going on, because we're fed up enough that it actually matters finally. Right. Anyway, so that's my vibe. My girlfriend hates me because I agree with the sentiment. Be nice to your girlfriend, guys. I do bring us all together, but you know, we all bring us all together. I mean, I do think that more people in my position could stand to try to be less divisive and be a little more understanding and a little more bridge building and a little less like fucking yelling at each other. I think that would be great. I think I'm really hoping that we can, I think a lot of people want like a button for change. They want like a thing you can do to change the world. And I'm of the belief that is a short-sighted and immature way to look at the world. Like the world is an incredibly vast and complex system of millions of little systems with millions of people all within those systems. Like it's just so much, and it doesn't change by like a policy or a law, or it changes by collectively our culture changing. Like we change when we all change, right? And so when, you know, it's like when values change in society changes as a monolith. And trying to make change happen by like passing a law doesn't do anything compared to the change that can come from us demanding healthier food, or us calling ourselves to be healthier, or us demanding like more regulation of politicians or less corrupt, like us culturally all expecting things, us culturally all believing that there's more, believing that we're being lied to, believing that the mainstream media is full of shit. Like those sorts of cultural memes and like grassroots understandings and expectations. I think that's how you actually change the world. Is it's not like the sexy answer, and it's not like the like easy answer, but like it's the answer that empowers all of us. Because the thing about culture is that like you're in charge of your own culture. Like you can choose what music you listen to, you can choose what you spend your time on, you can choose how you treat yourself and the people around you. And like the more that like being a good person is contagious, and asking the right question, like being it's contagious to do these things. And if you're surrounded by shitty people, it's easy to be a shitty person. But the moment that someone stands up and stops being a shitty person and starts like standing up for fucking what's right, like for good values, for like being kind to humans, for like not putting up with child trafficking or like abusing women, or like fucking like ignoring men's issues or whatever, like, you know, just being good to each other, that feels good to be around. And the more that you're that, then the more your friends are that, and then the more that everyone around you is that. And it's like, I don't know. I think we change the world by changing culture, by changing ourselves. And it's up to, I mean, it's just, it sucks because it means it's up to you to change yourself. Like you have to start by being a better person yourself. Right. So I don't know. Change enough minds, change the world. Yeah. Little by little by little by little. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind that's important to remember is that in the end, we are kind of powerless in the big picture, but I feel like we can all see how the world sort of like goes, the world swings like a pendulum, you know, action, reaction, action, reaction. And it just takes a long time. Like, you know, the swings of global culture, the swings of global war, of poverty, of monetary cycles, those things take like 20, 30 years, right? But the corruption that we're seeing today in our world, the injustice that we're seeing today, the dishealth, the things that we feel like are the end of the world right now, like those are creating these sentiments in us. And the worse it gets out there, the easier it is for all of us to see down here that like how fucked up it is. Like if I had tried to found my platform on TikTok like 10 years ago, I mean, if TikTok, it wouldn't have hit the same way because no one was ready for that message back then because it was kind of niche still. It was like 2008 had just happened and Occupy Wall Street happened, but it didn't gain any steam because most people didn't really realize, and they weren't like worried. Like they were in the middle of a giant, like, yeah, there was this fucking financial crash, but they hadn't like been fucking pummeled by this corruption for a decade or more. And so Occupy Wall Street, they were able to sweep that under the rug really easily and just override it with culture wars on the news every day with like fighting about gay rights and fighting about women's rights and fighting about reds and blues and fighting about abortion and fighting about all like, yeah, issues that matter, like issues that people care about, but like they don't matter as much as the fact that your whole life is ruled by a debt-based currency system that literally makes you a debt slave to a inflating dollar that is deflating your wealth into fucking nothing. Like, I don't care about gay rights in comparison to that. Like, obviously we should just treat people like people and be kind to each other, but like that shouldn't be a complicated issue compared to the fucking Federal Reserve, right? Like that's so, I don't know. I think that it's so easy to get sucked into lefts and rights, into arguing with other people over what I would consider the culture war, because it does matter. Like it's infuriating. Like I fall victim to it sometimes when someone's fucking an asshole or just has stupid ideas about things. But it's like, man, the more that you can build common ground around little things or just have the grace to like, I mean, I said this on the stream before. It's like the more you can just have the grace to listen to someone who's different than you, who you're supposed to hate. Because like if you just argue, you're only going to hate each other more. You're only going to make that divide wider. Whereas you could try just like not trying to be right and not trying to win, and instead just listening to their point of view and just being like, oh, that's cool, man. I mean, I don't agree, but that's kind of like, I've just never thought of it that way. And they would be like, the fuck just happened? Like someone didn't argue about that? Like that'd blow their brains out, dude. And you might actually convince them of your point of view down the line. If you think about it. I just have too many people telling people what to think and not enough people listening. And it's so much more effective to listen to people and to ask more questions. And you're goddamn right, GME. Arcane Divine, you're goddamn right. Hold that GameStop, directly register it. I got my purple circle right there. You know. 91,000, you're damn straight. We're at 91,500. I don't know how you can see 91,000. Is X telling you 91,000? Because I'm getting 91,000 through Rumble and X and YouTube right now, I think. But I'm not going to hang out all the way to 100,000. I mean, that's just overkill. We're at 4 hours right now. That's a long stream, buddy. That's a lot longer than the last one. Yeah, but what if they're bad people? You're right. They might be bad people. But here's the thing. Like, here's the thing, dude. Like, okay, imagine you're hanging out with bad people, right? And they have a horrible idea, but they're not acting on it. They're just talking about horrible ideas. You have like 3 options, right? You could leave or disengage, or you could stay and argue, or you could stay and listen and hear them out. When have you ever argued with a dumb or bad person and they've come away like, oh, I am changing my mind. I agree with you. It's like, bro, that's not how it works. Especially dumb people. Dumb people are dumb because they don't change their mind ever. Because they don't listen to other people. Because they're so sure that they already know what's going on. That's like the surest sign of being dumb. Right? So if you're hanging out with a dumb person, it's not going to help to argue with them. It's not going to help to try to like bash over their head information from sources they can't see and like from a point of view that's not their own. It's like, the only way for people to learn things is from their own point of view, from their own realizations, from arriving at their own like journey of learning. Like, especially once you're an adult. This is true even for kids, but like once you're an adult, like you have to learn from your own journey. And so the only way that you can convince other people of things is by like challenging their worldview about like, is by shocking them out of what they thought you like, by their expectation of an argument, their expectation of a confrontation, like they're ready to defend their point of view. They're not as ready to listen to themselves talk for 20 minutes about their point of view and have you just listen. And they're far more likely to hear themselves talk about their point of view and realize they don't actually necessarily know what they're talking about, right? Because most people don't actually fucking know what they're talking about. Like, that's why I started doing what I do, because I had a lot to say and nothing to back it up a year ago. I mean, I had vibes, right? Like I'd seen a YouTube video, but then I'm talking about it and I'm like, yeah, I don't actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just going to like talk about videos that I've seen, right? Whereas like, imagine if you just didn't have to decide that you know what's right. Like you can just admit that you don't know everything. Like none of us know everything. I mean, I just think that the world needs a little more of that like humility, a little more of that willingness to listen to people, a little bit less of that. Like if you associate with a bad idea, it means that you're a bad person. You're not allowed to listen to bad ideas. Like fucking shut up, guys. Go home. Anyways, it's late here. I'm sure it's late there wherever you all are. Greetings from the UK. It's early in the morning for you. Not knowing is so liberating. You're goddamn right. Okay, we'll finish on my favorite cheesy quote of the night. My quote I live by all the time is that the full cup can only overflow. Like if you think you know everything, you're not going to learn anything. If you think you have the answers, you're clearly going to stop looking for answers. The moment you're not growing, you're decaying, right? So just remember that even the thing you're the most expert at, there's always more texture to learn. There's always more detail to go into. There's always new things to learn about. Like you could have been wrong about part of it in the first place. And even if you weren't, you can always learn more. You know, you could always learn from another perspective. It's just chill the fuck out. Your worth as a human is not tied to how much you know about a thing. Okay? Your worth as a human is tied to how kind of a human you are and how good you are to the people in your life, animals in your life, the you in your life, right? No one gives a shit how much you know about, I don't know, anything. Who cares? They care how you feel, how you make them feel when they're hanging out with you. So you could argue with everyone, or you could just hang out with them and listen to them talk about whatever they want to talk about. I don't know. If you can't tell, I used to argue with a lot of people. And eventually I realized it doesn't help very much. But now my voice is almost gone. We got 92,000 viewers here for this badass outro. Outro, baby. We're not doing an intro. We're doing an outro. But I'm extremely proud of this outro. So, without further ado, watch my sick-ass outro, y'all. Peace. That's not the outro. Although it is a good message. That's Michael Jackson. They don't really care about us. But we'll get copyrighted by Sony if we play that one. So now, without further ado, check out this sick-ass outro.
Conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
With Republicans, with progressives, with libertarians, because this is not about right and left. This is about right and wrong.
It's so sick that we can't talk about it. It actually lifted up and it could actually turn.
I'm gonna ask you to look away.
Legend has it that Christian Rosenkreuz drew his secret knowledge from the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians.
They estimated 100 yards from the left wing was this 100-foot disc.
You begin to get into this very scary scenario that has to do with the human condition, the proclivity to accumulate vast amounts of power around a handful of people. And right now, these misanthropic sociopaths are running the planet into the ground.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet. Our security is at stake.
No, I'm just playing, guys. I'm just playing, guys. There's 93,000 of you here. You're the best. I appreciate you all so much. I'm tired and it's late, but I love you. And I really appreciate you guys being here, paying attention, learning with me. Have a great night. Wake up in the morning, do something nice for someone tomorrow, and then do the same thing again the next day. Peace.